Stalker, one of the fiction thriller novel written by Lars Kepler. Reviews for Lars Kepler's Stalker are mixed but generally positive, highlighting the novel's gripping suspense, fast-paced plots, and dark, intricate storyline, while also noting its considerable length, potentially excessive descriptions, and slow pacing in certain parts. Readers praise the cinematic prose, compelling characters, and the effective rendering of suspense and violence. Though some found the resolution to come out of now here and the overall tone excessively grim. It is the fifth installment in the Juna Lina series and is considered a standalone read, but prior knowledge of the series may enhance the experience. Critics describe the book as terrifying, hypnotic, and able to keep readers turning pages due to escalating tension and intricate plotting. The story's dark and complex nature, along with devious plot twists, keep reader engaged and eager to find Kepler's identity. The writing style is often described as having a cinematic quality, which contribute to the book's fast-paced yet readable nature. The novel features interesting characters such as the pregnant detective Margot Silverman, who adds depth to the story. Even though it's part of series, the book can be enjoyed without having read the previous installments, though this may affect some readers' enjoyment. Some reviewers found the book excessively long, with a part that dragged and felt unnecessary, taking away from the narrative's urgency. The book's constant focus on violence and a sordid atmosphere was not appreciated by all readers who prefer a less grim tone. Stalker is recommended for readers who enjoy dark, brooding mysteries, fast-paced thrillers, and intricate plots. Fans of author's style and previous books in Juna Lina series will likely enjoy it, but it is a dense and harrowing read that requires commitment. Part 1. It's 8:45 on Friday, 22 August. After the magical sunset and light night of high summer, darkness is encroaching with surprising speed. It's already dark outside the glass atrium of the National Police Authority. Margot Silverman gets out of the lift and walks toward the security doors in the foyer. She is wearing a black wrap cardigan, a white blouse that fits tightly at the chest, and high-waisted black trousers that stretches across her expanding stomach. She makes her way without hurrying toward the revolving door in the glass wall. The guard sits behind the wooden counter with his eyes on a screen. Surveillance cameras monitor every section of large complex round the clock. Margot's hair is the color of pale, polished birchwood and is pulled into a thick plait down her back. She is 36 years old and pregnant for the third time, glowing with moist eyes and rosy cheeks. She is heading home after a long working week. She is worked overtime every day and has received 2 warnings for pushing herself too hard. She is the National Police Authority's new expert on serial killers, spree killers, and stalkers. The murder of Maria Carlson is the first case she is been in charge of since her appointment as detective superintendent. There are no witness and no suspect. The victim was single, had no children, worked as a product advisor for IKEA, and had taken on her parents' unmortgaged terraced house after her father died and her mother went into care. Maria usually travelled to work with a colleague of a morning since she wasn't waiting down on wagon. Her colleague drove to her house and rang the doorbell, looked through the windows, then walked around the back and saw her. She was sitting on the floor, her face covered with knife wounds, her neck almost sliced right through, her head lolling at one side and her mouth grotesquely open. According to the preliminary report from the forensic postmortem, there was evidence to suggest that her mouth had been arranged after death, even if it was theoretically possible that it had settled into that position for its own accord. Rigor mortis starts in the heart and diaphragm, but is evident in the neck and jaw after 2 hours. This late on a Friday evening, the large foyer is almost deserted, aside from 2 police officers in dark blue sweaters who are standing talking, and a tired-looking prosecutor emerging from one of the rooms dedicated to custody negotiations. When Margot was appointed head of the preliminary investigation, she was conscious of the pitfalls of being over ambitious. She knew she had a tendency to be too eager, too willing to think on a grand scale. Her colleague would have laughed at her if she told them at the outset she was absolutely convinced they were dealing with a serial killer. Over the course of the week, Margot Silverman has watched the video of Maria Carlson putting her tights on more than 200 times. All the evidence suggests that she was murdered shortly after the recording was uploaded to YouTube. Margot has tried to interpret the short film but can't see anything special about it. It is not unusual for people to have a fetish about tights, but nothing about the murder indicate any inclination of that nature. The film is simply a brief excerpt from an ordinary woman's life. She is single, has a good job, and has almost completed a course of evening classes on drawing cartoons. There is no way of knowing why the perpetrator was in her garden, whether it was pure chance or the result of carefully planned operation. But in the minutes before the murder, he captured her on film. So there has to be a reason for this. Given that he sent the link to the police, he must want to show them something. The perpetrator wants to highlight something about this particular woman or a certain type of woman. Perhaps it is about all women, the whole of society. But to Margot's eyes, there is nothing unusual about the woman's behavior or appearance. She is simply concentrating on getting her tights to sit properly. Frowning and pursuing her lips, Margot visited the house twice, but she spent most of her time examining the forensic video of the crime scenes before it was contaminated. The perpetrator's film almost looks like a lovingly created work of art in comparison to the police. The forensic team minutely detailed recording of the evidence of the bestial attack is relentless. The dead woman is filmed from various angles as she sits with her legs stretched out on the floor, surrounded by dark blood. Her bra is in shreds, dangling from one shoulder, and one white breast is hanging down toward the bulge of her stomach. There is almost nothing left of her face, just a gaping mouth and a red pulp. Margot stopped, as if they chanced beside the fruit bowl on the table by the sofas, looks over at the guard, who is talking on the phone, then turns her back to him. For a few seconds, she watches the guard's reflection in the glass wall, facing the large inner courtyard, before taking 6 apples from the bowl and putting them in her bag. 6 is too many. She knows that, but she can't stop herself taking them all. It is occurred to her that Jenny might like to make an apple pie that evening, with lots of butter, cinnamon, and sugar to caramelize them. Her thoughts are interrupted when her phone rings. She looks at the screen and sees a picture of Adam Yusuf, a member of the investigation team. Are you still in the building? Adam asked. Please tell me you are still here, because we have. I am sitting in the car on chathen-bhagat. Margot lies. What did you want to tell me? He's uploaded a new film. She feels her stomach clench and puts one hand under the heavy bulge. A new film, she repeats. Are you coming back? I will stop and turn round, she says, and begins to retrace her steps. Make sure we get a decent copy of the recording. Margot could have carried on out through the doors and gone home, leaving the case in Adam's hands. It would only take one phone call to arrange a full year of paid maternity leave. Perhaps that is what she would have done if she would known how violent her first case turned out to be. The future lies in shadow, but the planets are approaching dangerous alignments. Right now, her faith is floating like a razor blade on still waters. The light in the lift makes her face look older. The thick dark line of coal round her eyes is almost gone. As she leans her head back, she understands what her colleagues mean when they say she looks like her father, former district commissioner Ernest Silverman. The lift stops at the 8th floor and she walks along the empty corridor as fast as her bulging stomach will allow. She and Adam moved into Juna Lina's old room. The same week, the police held a memorial service for him. Margaret never knew Juna personally and had no problem taking over his office. You have got a fast car, Adam says as she walks in, then smiles, showing his sharp teeth. Pretty fast, Margot replies. Adam Yusuf is 28 years old, but his face is round like a teenager. His hair is long and his short-sleeved shirt is hanging outside his trousers. He comes from an Assyrian family, grew up in Sodatage and used to play football in the First Division North. How long has the film been up on YouTube? She asks. 3 minutes, Adam says. He is there now, standing outside the window, and we don't know that, but I think he is. He interrupts. I think he is. He almost has to be. Margot puts her heavy bag on the floor, sits down on her chair and calls forensics. Hi, Margot here. Have you downloaded a copy? She asks, sounding stressed. Listen, I need a location or a name. Try to identify either the location or the woman. All the resources you have got. You can have 5 minutes. Do whatever the hell you like. Just give me something and I promise I will let you go so You can enjoy your Friday evening. She put the phone down and opened the lid of pizza box on Adam's desk. Are you done with this? She asked. There is a ping as an email arrives and Margot quickly stuffs a piece of pizza crust in her mouth. An impatient worry line deepens on her forehead. She clicks on the video file and maximizes the image on screen, pushes her plate over her shoulder, hits play and rolls her chair back so Adam can see. The first shot is an illuminated window wavering in the darkness. The camera moves slowly closer, leaves bushing the lens. Margot feels the hair on her arms stand up. A woman is standing in the well-lit room in front of a television, eating ice cream from the tub. She is tugged her jogging pants down and is balancing on one foot to pull her sock off. She glances at the television and smiles at something, then licks the spoon. The only sound in the room in police headquarters comes from the fan in the computer. Just give me one detail to go on, Margot thinks as she looks at the woman's face. The fine features of her eyes, cheeks and the curve of her head. Her body seems to be steaming with residual heat. She is just been for a run. The elastic of her underwear is loose after too many washes, and her bra is clearly visible through her sweat-stained vest. Margot leans closer to the screen, her stomach pressing against her thighs, and her heavy plate falls forward over her shoulder again. 1 minute to go, Adam says. The woman puts the tub of ice cream on the coffee table and leaves the room, her jogging pants still dangling from one foot. The camera follows her, moves sideways past a narrow terrace door until it reaches the bedroom window, where the light goes on and the woman comes into view. She trembles the jogging pants off and kicks them toward an armchair with a red cushion. The trousers fly through the air, hit the wall behind the chair and fall to the floor. Part 2. The camera glides slowly through the last of the dark garden and stops right outside the window, swaying slightly as if it were floating on water. She would see him if she just looked up, Margot whispers, feeling her heart beat faster in her chest. The light from the room reaches beyond the leaves of a rose bush, casting a slight flare across the top of the lens. Adam is sitting with his hand over his mouth. The woman pulls her vest off, tosses it onto the chair, then stands for a moment in her washed out underwear and stained bra, looking over at the mobile phone charging on the bedside table beside a glass of water. Her thighs are tense and pumped with blood after her run, and the top of the jogging pants had left a red line across her stomach. There are 2 tattoos or visible scars on her body, just faint white stretch marks from a pregnancy. The room looks like millions of other bedrooms. There is nothing worth even trying to trace. The camera trembles, then pulls back. The woman takes the glass of water from the bedside table and puts it to her mouth. Then the film ends abruptly. Bloody hell, Margot repeats irritably. Nothing, not a sodding thing. Let us watch it again, Adam says quickly. We can watch it 1,000 times, Margot says, rolling her chair further back. Go on. What the hell? Go ahead. But it is not going to give us a fucking thing. I can see a lot of things. I can see. You can see a detached house. 20th century. Some fruit trees, roses, triple glazed windows, a 42-inch television, Ben and Jerry's ice cream, she says, gesturing toward the computer. It hasn't struck her before, the way we are so similar to each other, seen through a window. A broad spectrum of swedge conform to the same pattern, to the point of being interchangeable. From the outside, we appear to live exactly the same way. We look the same, do the same thing, on the same object. This is totally fucked up, Adam says angrily. Why is he posting these films? What the hell does he want? Margot glances out of the small window where the black treetops of Kronenberg Park are silhouetted against the hazy glow of the city. There is no doubt that this is a serial killer, she says. All we can do this is put together a preliminary profile so we can. How does that help her? Adam interrupts, running one hand through his hair. He is standing outside her window and you are talking about offender profiling. It might help the next one. What the fuck? Adam says. We have got to. Just shut up for a minute, Margot interrupts and picks up her phone. Shut up yourself, Adam says, raising his voice. I have got every right to say what I think, haven't it? I think we should get the papers to publish this woman's picture and their websites. Adam, listen. Much as we would like to be able to identify her, we have got nothing to go on, Margot says. I will talk to forensics, but I doubt they are going to find anything more than they did last time. But if we circulate her pictures too, I haven't got time for more nonsense now, she snaps. Think for a minute. Everything suggests he is uploaded a clip directly from her garden. So, of course, there is a theoretical chance of saving her. That is exactly what I am saying. But 5 minutes have already passed, and that is a long time to be standing outside a window. Adam leans forward and stares at her. His tired eyes are bloodshot and his hair is on end. Are we just going to give up then? This is a matter of urgency, but we have to think clearly, she replies. Good, he says, still sounding annoyed. The perpetrator is brimming with confidence. He knows he is way ahead of us, Margot explained quickly as she picks up the last slice of pizza. But the better we get to know him. Get to know him? Fine. But that is not really what I am thinking right now, Adam says, wiping sweat from under his nose. We couldn't trace the previous film. We didn't find anything at the scene. And we won't be able to trace this film either. We are unlikely to get any forensic evidence. But we can try to pin him down by analyzing the films and the brutality of his MO. Margot replies, as she feels the baby moves inside her. What have we really seen so far? What has he shown us? And what is he seeing? The woman was being for a run and is now eating ice cream and watching television, Adam says tentatively. What does that tell us about the murder? That he likes women who eat ice cream. I don't know. Adam sighed and hid his face in his hands. Come on now, sorry, but I am thinking about the fact that the murderer uploaded a film showing the period leading up to the murder, Margot says. He takes his time enjoying the moment and he wants to show us the woman alive, wants to preserve them alive on film. Maybe it is the living he is interested in. A voyeur, Adam says, feeling his arms pricking with discomfort. A stalker, she whispers. Tell me how to filter the list of creeps who have been let out of prison or psychiatric care, Adam says, as he logs into the intranet. A rapist, violent rape, someone with obsessive fixation disorder. He taps quickly, clicks the mouse, taps some more. Too many results, he says. Time is running out. Try the first victim's name. No result. He sighed, tearing his hair. A serial rapist who is being treated, possibly chemically castrated, Margot says, thinking out loud. We need to check the database against each other, but that will take too long, he says, getting up from his chair. This isn't working. What the hell are we going to do? She is dead, Margot sighs, then leans back. She might have a few minutes left, but I don't know if I can handle this, Adam says. We can see her. We can see her face, her home. Christ, we can see right into her life, but we can't find out who she is until she is dead and someone finds her body. Part 3. Susanna Kern can feel her thighs tingling from her run as she pulls her sweaty jogging pants down and kicks them toward the chair. Since she turned 30, she has run 5 kilometers 3 evenings each week. After her Friday run, she usually eats ice cream and watches television, seeing as Bond doesn't get home until 10 o'clock. When Bond landed the job in London, she thought it would feel lonely, but fairly quickly she came to appreciate the hours she had to herself in the week when Morgan was with his dad. She needed this downtime more than ever since she embarked upon a demanding course in advanced neurology at the Karolinska Institute. She undoes her sweaty sports bra, thinking that she can use it again on Sunday before she has to wash it. She can't remember a summer as hot as this before. A scratching sound makes her turn toward the window. The back garden is so dark that all she can see is the reflection of the bedroom. It looks like a theater set, a television studio. She has just made her entrance and is standing under the floodlight. Only I have forgotten to put any clothes on, she thinks wearily to herself. She stands for a moment, looking at her naked body. The lighting is dramatic and makes her reflection look thinner than she actually is. The scraping noise is repeated as if someone were running their nails across the window sill. It is too dark to see if there is a bird sitting out there. Susanna stares at the window and walks curiously toward it, trying to see through the reflections, and grabs the dark blue bedspread and holds it up to cover herself. She shivers, fighting an instinctive reluctance. She goes over to the window, moves her face closer to the glass, and the garden became visible, like a dark grey wood, like the underworld in a gusty door's engraving. The black grass, tall shrubs, Morgan's swing moving in the wind, and the panes of glass behind the playhouse for the garden room that they never got round to build. Her breath misses the window as she straightens up and pulls the curtain. She lets the thick bedspread fall to the floor and walks naked toward the door. A shiver ran down her spine and she turned back toward the window again. A strip of black glass is shimmering in the gap between the dark pink curtains. She picks up her phone from the bedside table and calls Virgil. And as she listens to the call being put through, she can't help staring at the window. "Hello, darling," he answers far too loudly. "Are you at the airport?" "What are you at?" "I am at the airport. I am just having a burger at Lars and." His voice vanishes as a group of male voices in the background shout and cheer. "Liverpool just scored again," he explains. "Hooray," she says without enthusiasm. "Your mum called me to ask what you want for your birthday." "That is sweet," she says. "I said you would like some see-through underwear," he jokes. "Perfect." She stares at the shimmering glass between the curtain as the phone line crackles. "Is everything okay at home?" Virgin's voice says in her ear. "I was just feeling a bit scared of the dark. Isn't Ben there?" "In front of the television," she replies. "And Jerry?" "They are both waiting for me." She smiles. "I miss you," he says. "Make sure you don't miss the plane," she whispers. They talk some more, then say goodbye and blow kisses to each other. Then the line goes dead and she finds herself thinking about a patient who was brought in the previous night, a young man who had crashed his motorbike when he wasn't wearing a helmet, resulting in severe head injuries. His father had come straight to the hospital from his night shift. He was still wearing his dirty overall and had a breathing mask dangling round his neck. Holding her pink kimono in front of her, she walked back to the living room and closes the heavy curtains. The room feels suddenly blind, as if a silence had settled on it. The curtains sway in front of the windows and the shudders as she turns away from them. She tries the ice cream. It is much softer now, just right. A dense taste of chocolate fills her mouth. Susanna put the tub down and walks to the bathroom, locks the door, turns the shower on, loosens her ponytail and put the scrunchie on the edge of the basin. She lets out a sigh as the hot water washes over her head and neck and envelops her whole body. Her ears are roaring as her shoulders relax and her muscles soften. She sobs herself and runs her hand between her legs, noticing that the hair has already started to grow again since the last time she waxed. Susanna wipes the steam from the glass door and her hand so she can see the handle and lock of the bathroom door. She suddenly remembers what she thought she had been in bedroom window just as she was pulling the bedspread toward her to cover herself. She dismissed it as a trick of her imagination. It is silly to let yourself get scared like that. She had thrust her anxieties aside and told herself that she couldn't even see through the glass. The room was too bright and the garden too dark, but in the reflection of the dark bedspread, she had thought she could see a face staring back at her. The next moment, it was gone, and she realized she must have been mistaken, but now she can't help thinking it might have been real. It wasn't a child, but possibly a neighbor out looking for their cat, who then stopped to look at her. Susanna turns the water off and her heart is beating so hard that it is pounding at the top of her chest as she realizes that the kitchen door leading out to the garden is open. How could she have forgotten that? She had it open all summer to let in the cool evening air, but usually shut and lock it before taking a shower. She wipes the steam from the glass door and look at the lock on the bathroom door again. Nothing has changed. She reaches for the towel and thinks to herself that she will phone Burgeon and ask him to stay on the line as she looks through the house. Part 4. Susanna can hear applause on the television as she leaves the bathroom. The thin silk of the kimono sticks on her damp skin. There is a cold draught along the floor. Her feet leave wet footprint on the bone parquet tiles. There is a dark shimmer from the window at the far side of the dining room. Black glass sparkling behind the fern in their hanging pots. Susanna feels like she is being watched, but forces herself not to look out, scared of frightening herself even more. Nonetheless, she keeps her distance from the closed door to basement as she approaches the kitchen. Her wet hair is soaking through the back of kimono. It is so wet that it is dripping inside the fabric, trickling between her buttocks. The floor gets colder the closer she gets the kitchen. Her heart is pounding hard in her chest. She suddenly finds herself thinking of the young man with the serious head injured again. He was sedated with Keteler. His whole face was crushed, scratched up toward his temples. His father kept repeating quietly that there was nothing wrong with his son. He could have done with someone to talk to, but Susanna hadn't had time. Now she is imagining that the heavily built father has found her, that he hold her to blame, and in standing outside the kitchen door in his dirty overalls. A different song on the television now. There is a breeze blowing straight through the kitchen. The door to the garden is wide open. The thin curtain of plastic strips is fluttering into the room. She walks slowly forward. It is hard to see anything behind the dancing curtain. There could be someone standing just outside. She holds her hand out, pushes the whirling plastic strips aside, slips past them, and reaches for the door handle. The floor is chill from the night air flowing into the kitchen. Her kimono slips open. She has time to notice that the gloomy garden is deserted. The bushes are moving in the wind, the swing swaying rhythmically. She quickly closes the door, not bothered about catching part of the curtain in it, and hurriedly lock it, then pulls the key out and backs away. She put the key in the bowl of loose change and adjusts the kimono. At least it is locked now, she thinks, as she hears a crack behind her back. She spins round and then smiles at her own reaction. It was just the window in the living room shifting on its hinges. Then the flow of air stopped. The audience is booming and whistling at the judge's decision. Susanna thinks about getting her phone from the bedroom and calling Bijon. He ought to be waiting at the gate by now. She wants to hear his voice as she reaches the house before settling down in front of the television. She is put herself up too much to relax otherwise. The only problem is that there is no reception at all in the basement. Maybe she could put it on speaker and leave it halfway down the stairs. She tells herself that she doesn't have to creep out about in her own home, but can't help moving quickly. She passes the closed door to the basement, see the dark windows in the dining room from the corner of her eye, and carries on towards the living room. She knows she locked the front door after her run, but still want to go and check. It would be just as well. Then she wouldn't have to think about it again. There is a whistling sound from the open window in the living room, and the curtain is being sucked back toward the narrow opening. She starts to walk toward the dining room and notices that the wildflowers in the vase on the heavy oak table have run out of water before coming to an abrupt halt. It feels as though her whole body is covered by a thin layer of ice. In an instant, adrenaline is coursing through her blood. The three windows of the dining room act as large mirrors. The table and 8 chairs are lit up by the air from the ceiling lamp, and behind them, standing a figure. Susanna stares at the reflection of the room, her heart pounding so hard it almost deafens her. In the doorway to the hall, someone is standing with a kitchen knife in their hand. He is inside the house, Susanna thinks. She is shut and locked the kitchen door when she should have escaped into the garden. She moves slowly backward. The intruder is standing completely still with his back to the dining room, staring at the corridor to the kitchen. The large knife is hanging from his right hand. Susanna backs away, her eyes fixed on the figure in the hall. Her right foot slides across the floor and the parquet creaks slightly as she shifts her weight. She has to get out, but if she tries to get to the kitchen, she will be visible along the passageway. Maybe she should have time to get the key from the bowl, but it is by no means certain. She continued backing away curiously, now seeing the intruder in the last window. The floor creaks beneath her left foot, and she stops and watches as the figure turns round to face the dining room, then looks up and catches sight of her in the dark windows. Susanna takes another slow step back. The intruder starts to walk toward her, whimpering with fear. She turns and runs into the living room. She slips on the carpet, loses her balance, and hits her knee on the floor, putting her hand out to break her fall and gasping with pain. The sound of a chair hitting the dining table. She brings the standard lamp down as she gets up. It hits the wall before clattering to the floor. She can hear rapid footsteps behind her. Without looking round, she rushes into the bathroom again and locks the door behind her. The air in there is still warm and damp. This can't be happening, she thinks in panic. She hurries past the basin and toilet and pulls the curtain back from the little window. Her hands are shaking as she tries to undo one of the catches. It's stuck. She tucks it and tries to force herself to calm down. She fiddles with it and tucks it sideways and manages to get the first catch open as she hears a scraping sound from the lock on the bathroom door. She rushed back and grabbed hold on the lock just as it starts to turn. She clings on it with both hands and feels her heart racing in terror. Part 5. The intruder has slipped a screwdriver, or possibly the back of the knife blade, into the little slot on the other side of the lock. Susanna is holding on to the handle of the lock, but is shaking so badly that she is scared she might lose her grip. God, this can't be happening, she whispers to herself. This isn't happening. It can't be happening. She glances quickly toward the window. It is far too small for her to be able to throw herself through it. The only hope of escape is to run to the window, undo the second catch, push it open and then climb up. But she daren't let go of the lock. She's never been so terrified in her life. This is a bottomless, mortal dread beyond all control. The lock now feels hot and slippery under her tensed fingers. There is a metallic scraping sound from the other side. Hello, she says toward the door. The intruder tries to open the door with a quick twist, but Susanna is prepared and manages to resist. What do you want? She says in as composed a voice as she can muster. Do you need money? If you do, I can understand that. It is not a problem. She gets no answer, but she can hear the scrap of metal against metal and feel the vibration through the lock. You are welcome to look, but there is nothing especially valuable in the house. The television's fairly new. But she falls silent because she is shaking so much it's hard to understand what she is saying. She whispers to herself that she must stay calm as she clutches the lock tight and thinks that her fear is dangerous, that it might make the intruder think bad thoughts. My bag's hanging in the hall, she says, then swallows hard. A black bag. Inside it, there is a purse containing some cash and a Visa card. I have just been paid and I can tell you the code if you want. The intruder stopped trying to turn the lock. Okay, listen. The code is 3945, she says to the door. I haven't seen your face. You can take the money and I will wait until tomorrow before I report the card missing. Still holding the lock tightly, Susanna puts her ear to the door and imagine she can hear footsteps moving away across the floor before an advert break on television drowns out all other sounds. She doesn't know if it was stupid to give him her real code, but she just wants this to end, and she is more worried about her jewelry, her mother's engagement ring, and the necklace with big emerald she was giving after Morgan was born. Susanna waits behind the door and keeps telling herself that this isn't over yet, that she mustn't lose her concentration for a moment. Carefully she changes hands on the lock without letting go of it. Her right thumb and forefinger have gone numb. She shakes her hand and puts her ear to the door, thinking that it is now been more than half an hour since she told him the code to her card. It was probably just a junkie who saw an open kitchen door and came inside to look for valuable. The last part of the program is over. More adverts and after them the news. She changes hands again, the waits. After another 10 minutes, she lies down on the floor and peers under the door. There is no one standing outside. She can see a large stretch of the parquet floor. She can see under the sofa and the glow of the television reflected on the varnish. Everything is quiet. Burglars aren't violent. They just want money as quickly and simply as possible. Trembling, she gets up, takes hold of the lock again, then stands still with her ear to the door, listening to the news and weather forecast. Grabbing the shower scraper from the floor as a rudimentary weapon, she steels herself and cautiously unlocks the door. The door swings open without a sound. She can see almost the wall of the living room through the passageway. There is no sign of the intruder. It is as if he had never been there. She leaves the bathroom, her legs shaking with fear. Every sense is heightened as she approaches the living room. She hears a dog bark in the distance. Carefully, she moves forward and sees the light from the television play on the closed curtains, the upholstered suite and the glass coffee table with the tub of ice cream on top of it. She is planning to go into the bedroom, get her phone, then lock herself in the bathroom again and call the police. To her left, she catches a glimpse of the glass-fronted cabinet containing the collection of Dresden china that Bijon inherited. Her heart starts to beat faster. She is almost at the end of the passageway, and only then will she be able to see all the way to the hall. She takes a step into the living room, looks round and notes that the dining room is empty. Before realizing that the intruder is right next to her, just one step away, the thin figure is standing there, waiting for her by the wall at the end of the passage. The stab of the knife is so fast that she doesn't have time to react. The sharp blade goes straight into her chest. Her muscles tense round the metal deep inside her body. Her heart has ever beaten as hard as it does now. Time stands still as she thinks that this can't be real. The knife is pulled out, leaving behind a burning easing of tension. She presses her hand to the wound and feels warm blood pumping out between her fingers. The shower scraper clatters to the floor. She reels to one side. Her head feels heavy and she can see her blood splattered across the shiny material of the raincoats. The light seems to be flickering and she tries to say something, that this must be some sort of misunderstanding, but she has no voice. Susanna turns round and walks toward the kitchen, feels quick jabs to her back, and knows that she is being stabbed repeatedly. She stumbled sideways, fumbling for support, and knows the display cabinet against the wall, making all the porcelain figures topple over with a clattering, tingling sound. Her heart is racing as blood streams down into the kimono. Her chest is hurting terribly. Her field of vision shrinks to the tunnel. Her ears are roaring and she is aware that the intruder is shouting something excitedly, but the words are unintelligible. Her chin flies up as she is grabbed by the hair. She tries to hold on to an armchair, but loses her grip. Her legs give away and she hits the floor. She can feel a burning sensation of liquid in one lung and cough weakly. Her head lolls sideways and she can see that there is some old popcorn among the dust under the sofa. Through the roaring sound inside her, she can hear particular screams and feels rapid stab on her stomach and chest. She tries to kick free, thinking to herself that she has to get back to the bathroom. The floor beneath her is slippery and she has no energy left. She tries to roll over on to her side, but the intruder grabs her by the chin and suddenly jabs the knife into her face. It no longer hurt, but a sense of unreality is spinning in her head. Shock and an abstract sense of dislocation blur with the precise and intimate feeling of being cut in the face. The blade enters her neck and chest and face again. Her lips and cheeks fill with warmth and pain. Susanna realizes that she is not going to make it. Ice cold anguish open up like a chasm as she stops fighting for her life. Part 6. Psychiatrist Eric Maria Bark is leaning back in his pale grey sheepskin armchair. He has a large study in his home with a varnished oak floor and built-in bookcases. The dark brick villa is in the oldest part of Gamla, just to the south of Stockholm. It is the middle of the day, but he was on call last night and could do with a few hours sleep. He shut his eye and thinking about when Benjamin was small and used to like to hear how Mummy and Daddy met. Eric would sit down on the edge of his bed and explain how Cupid, the god of love, really did exist. He lived up amongst the cloud and looked like a chubby little boy with a bow and arrow in his hands. One summer's evening, Cupid gazes down at Sweden and caught sight of me, Eric explained to his son. I was at a university party, pushing my way through the crowd on the roof terrace when Cupid crept to the edge of his cloud and fired an arrow down toward the earth. I was wandering about at the party, talking to friends, eating peanut and exchanging a few words with the head of department. And at the exact moment that a woman with strawberry blonde hair and a champagne glass in her hand looking in my direction, Cupid's arrow hit me in the heart. After almost 20 years of marriage, Eric and Simone had agreed to separate, but she was probably the one who agreed the most. As Eric leans forward to switch his reading lamp off, he catches a glimpse of his tired face in the narrow mirror by the bookcase. The lines on his forehead and the furrows in his cheek are deeper than ever. His dark brown hair is flecked with grey. He ought to get a haircut. A few loose strands are hanging in front of his eyes, and he flicks them away with a jerk of his head. When Simone told him that she had met John, Eric realized it was over. Benjamin was pretty relaxed about the whole thing and used to tease him by saying it would be cool to have two dads. Benjamin is 18 years old now and lives in the big house in Stockholm with someone and her new man, his stepbrother and sister, and the dogs. On Eric's old smoking table is the latest edition of the American Journal of Psychiatry and a copy of Ovid's Metamorphoses with a half-empty blister pack of pills as a bookmark. Outside the leaded windows, the rain is falling on the branched vegetation of the garden. Eric pulls the tablets from the book and pops one sleeping pill into his hand, trying to work out how long it would take his body to absorb the active substance. But he has to start again, then gives up. Just to be sure, he breaks the tablet in half along the little groove, blows the loose powder off to get rid of the bitter taste, then swallows one half. The rain streams down the windows as the muted tone of John's Coltrane's Dear Old Stockholm flow from the speakers. The tablet's chemical warmth spread through his muscles. He shuts his eye and enjoys the music. Eric Maria Bark is a trained doctor, psychiatrist and psychotherapist specializing in psychological trauma and disaster counseling, and worked for the Red Cross in Agenda for 5 years. He spent 4 years leading a breaking research project into group therapy involving deep hypnosis at the Karolinska Institute. He is a member of the European Society of Hypnosis and is regarded as a leading international authority on clinical hypnotherapy. At the moment, Eric is part of a small team specializing in actually traumatized and post-traumatic patients. They are regularly called in to help the police and public prosecutors with complex interviews of crime victims. He often used hypnosis to help witnesses relax so that they can get to grips with their memories of traumatic situations. He is called 3 hours before he need to be a meeting at the Karolinska Institute, and he is hoping to spend most of that time asleep, but he is not allowed to. He is dragged straight into deep sleep and start dreaming that he is carrying an old bearded man through a very small house. Simon is shouting at him from behind a closed door. When the phone rings, Eric jumps and fumbles for the smoking table. His heart is beating hard from the sudden anxiety of being yanked out of a state of deep relaxation. Simon, he answers groggily. Hello Simon, I am not sure, but maybe you should try to give up those French cigarettes. Nellie jokes in her iconic way. Sorry to have to say this, but you almost sound like a man. Almost, Eric smiles, feeling the heaviness of the sleeping pill in his head. Nellie laughs, a fresh, tingling laugh. Nellie Brandit is a psychiatrist, Eric's closest colleague in the specialist team at the Karolinska Hospital. She is extremely competent, work very hard, but is also very funny, often in a rather earthy way. The police are here. They are really agitated, she says, and only now does he hear how stressed she sounds. He rubs his eyes to get them to focus and tries to listen to what Nellie is telling him about the police rushing in with an actually shocked patient. Eric skins toward the window facing the street as water streams down the glass. We are checking his somatic status and running the routine tests, she says. Blood and urine, liver status, kidney and thyroid function. Good. Eric, the superintendent has asked for you specifically. It is my fault. I happened to let slip that you were the best. Flattery doesn't work on me, he says, getting to his feet somewhat unsteadily. He rubs his face with his hand, then grabs hold of the furniture as he makes his way toward the desk. You are standing up, she says cheerily. Yes, but Then I will tell the police that you are on your way. Thin taxi receipt and a mobile phone charger. As he bends over to grab the sock, the floor comes rushing up to meet him, and he would have fallen if he hadn't put his hand out to stop himself. The object on the desk merge and spread out in double vision. The silver pens in their holder radiate harsh reflections. He reaches for a half-empty glass of water, takes a small sip, and tells himself to get his act together. Part 7. The Karolinska University Hospital is one of the largest in Europe, with more than 15,000 members of staff. The psychology clinic is located slightly apart from the vast hospital precinct. From above, the building looked like a Viking ship from an ancient burial site. But When approached through the park, it doesn't look out of place among the other buildings. The nicotine yellow stucco of the facade is still damp from the rain, with rust-colored water running down the drain pipes. The front wheel of a bicycle is dangling from a chain in the bike rack. The car tires crunch softly as Eric turns into the car park. Nellie is standing on the step waiting for him with 2 mugs of coffee. Eric can't help smiling when he sees her happy grin and the consciously disinterested look in her eyes. Nellie is fairly tall, thin, and her bleached hair is always perfect, her makeup tasteful. Eric often sees her and her husband Martin socially. There is no real need for Nellie to work, seeing as her husband is the main shareholder of Data Matrix Nordic. As she watches Eric's BMW pull into the car park, she walks over to him, blowing on one of the mugs and taking a cautious sip before putting it on the roof of the car and opening the back door. I don't know what this is about, but we have got a superintendent who seems pretty wound up, she says, passing him one of the mugs between the seats. Thanks. I explained that we always have the best interest of our patients at heart, Nellie says as she gets in and closes the car door behind her. Shit. God, sorry. Have you got any tissues? I have spilled some coffee on the seat. Don't worry. Are you cross? You are cross, she says. The smell of coffee spreads through the car and Eric closes his eyes for a moment. Nellie, just tell me what they said. I don't seem to be getting on very well with that lovely policewoman. Is there anything I ought to know before I go inside? He asked, opening the door. I told her she could wait in your office and go through your drawers. Thanks for the coffee, both mugs, he says as they get out of the car. Eric locks up, puts the key in his pocket, runs a hand through his hair, and starts to walk toward the clinic. I didn't actually say that bit about the drawers, she calls after him. Eric walks up the step, turns right, and runs his pass card through the reader, taps in his code, then carries on along the next corridor to his room. He still feels groggy, and it occurs to him that he really must get the tablet under control soon. They make him sleep too deeply. It is almost like drawing. His dragged dreams have started to feel claustrophobic. Yesterday, he had a nightmare about 2 dogs that had grown into each other. And last week, he fell asleep here at the clinic and had a sexual dream about Nellie. He can't really remember it, but she was on her knees in front of him, handing him a cold glass bowl. His thought dissipates when he sees the superintendent sitting on his office, with her feet resting on the edge of the waste paper bin. She is holding her huge stomach with one hand and a can of Coke in the other. Her brow is furrowed, her chin has fallen open, and she is breathing through her half-open mouth. Her ID badge is lying on his desk, and she gestures wearily toward it as she introduces herself. Margaret Silverman, National Crime. Eric Maria Berg, he says, shaking her hand. Thanks for coming in at such short notice, she says, moistening her lips. We have got a traumatized witness. Everyone tells me I should have you in the room with me. We have already tried to question him 4 times. I have to point out that there are 5 of us here in our specialist unit, and thus I never usually sit in on interviews of perpetrators or suspected perpetrators myself. The light from the ceiling lamp reflects off her pale eyes. Her curly hair is trying to escape from her thick plait. Okay, but Bijon Kern isn't a suspect. He works in London and was on a plane home when someone murdered his wife, she replies, squeezing the coke can and making the thin metal creak. Okay, then Eric says, we got a taxi from Arlanda and found her dead. The superintendent goes on. We don't know exactly what he did after that, but he was certainly busy. We are not sure where she was lying to start with. We found her tucked up in bed in the bedroom. He cleaned up as well, wiped away the blood. He doesn't remember anything, he says, but the furniture had been moved and the blood-soaked rug was already in the washing machine. He was found more than a kilometer away from the house. A neighbor almost ran him over on the road. He was still wearing his blood-soaked suit. No shoes. I will certainly see him, Eric says, but I must say at the outset that it would be wrong to try to force information from him. He has to talk, she says stubbornly, squeezing the can tighter. I understand your frustration, but he could enter a psychosis if you push too hard. Give him time. He will tell you what you need. You have helped the police before, haven't you? Many times. But this time, this is the second murder in what looks like a series, she says. A series, Eric repeats. Margot's face has turned grey and the thin lines round her eyes are emphasized by the light from the lamp. We are haunting a serial killer. Okay, I get that, but the patient needs. This murder has entered an active phase and isn't going to stop of his own accord. She interrupts, and Bijon Kern is a disaster from my point of view. First he goes round and rearrange everything at the crime scene before the police get there. And now we can't get him to tell us what it looked like when he arrived. She drops her feet to the floor, whispers to herself that they need to get going, then sits there stiff-backed, panting for breath. If we put pressure on him now, he may clam up for good, Eric says, unlocking his birchwood cabinet and removing the fake leather case containing his camera. She gets to her feet, puts the can down on the desk at last, picks up her badge and walks heavily toward the door. Obviously, I realize that this is seriously bloody awful for him, given what has happened. But he is going to have to pull himself together and... Yes, but it is a lot more than awful. It might actually be impossible for him to think about it at the moment, Eric replies, because what you have described sounds like a critical stress response. And those are just words, she interrupts, her cheeks flushing with irritation. A mental trauma can be followed by an acute blockage. Why? I don't believe that, she says. As you may know, our spatial and temporal memories are organized by the hippocampus, and the information is then conveyed to the prefrontal cortex. Eric replies patiently, pointing to his forehead. But that all changes at time of extreme arousal and in cases of shock, when the amygdala identifies a threat. Both the autonomous nervous system and what is known as the cortisol axis are activated. And okay, what the hell? I get it. Lots of stuff happen in the brain. The important thing is that this degree of stress means that memories aren't stored as they usually are, but at an effective distance. They are frozen like ice cubes, separately, closed off. I get it. You are saying he is doing his best, Margot says, putting her hand on her stomach. But Bijon may have seen something that can help us stop these serial killers. You have to get him to calm down so he start talking. I will, but I can't tell you how long that is going to take. He replies, I have worked in Uganda with people who suffered the trauma of war, people whose lives have been completely shattered. You have to move slowly, using security, sleep, conversation, exercise, medication. Not hypnosis? She asked with an involuntary smile. Sure, as long as no one has exaggerated expectations about the result. Sometimes gentle hypnosis can help a patient to restructure their memories so that they can actually be accessed. Right now, I would give the go ahead for a horse to kick him in the head if that would help. Okay, but that is a different department, Eric says dryly. Sorry, I get a bit impatient when I am pregnant, she says, and he can hear how hard she is trying to sound responsible. But I have to identify any parallels with the first murder. I need a pattern if I have going to be able to track down this murder, and right now I haven't got a thing. They have reached the patient's room. Two uniformed police officers are standing outside the door. This is important to you, Eric says, but hear in mind that he is just found his wife murdered. Part 8. Eric following Margot into the room. It has been furnished with 2 armchairs and a sofa, a low white table, 2 chairs, a water dispenser with plastic cups, and a waste paper bin. On the floor under the windowsill is a broken pot. The linoleum floor strewn with soil. The air is thick with stress and sweat. The man is standing in the far corner as if he were trying to get as far away as possible. When he sees Eric and Margot, he slides toward the sofa with his back against the wall. He is extremely pale, with a haunted look in his bloodshot eyes. His pale blue shirt has sweat rings under the arms and is hanging outside his trousers. Hello, Bijon, Margot says. This is Eric. He is a doctor here. The man looks anxiously at Eric, then moves back into the corner. Hello, Eric says. I am not ill. No, but what you have been through mean that you have the right to treatment. Eric replies matter-of-factly. You don't know what I have been through, the man says, then whispers something to himself. I know you haven't been given any tranquilizers, Eric says calmly, but I would like you to know that the option is there if. What the fuck do I want a load of pills for? He butts in. Will pills help? Will they make everything alright? But not. Will they let me see Sanna again? He shouts. That is not going to happen, is it? Nothing can change what is happening, Eric says seriously. But your relationship to what has happened will change, regardless of whether you. I don't even understand what you are saying. I am just trying to find a good way to explain that the way you are feeling is part of a process and that you can accept my help with that process if you want to. Bijon glances at him briefly, then slips further away along the wall. Margot put her little recording device on the table, bubbles the date and time, and the name of those present in the room. This is the 5th interview with Bijon Kern, she concludes, then turns toward him as he stands picking at the backrest of the sofa. Bijon, can you tell me, in your own words, about what? He asks quickly. About what? About when you got home, Margot replies. What for? He whispers. Because I want to know what happened and what you saw, she says curtly. What do you mean? I just got home. Isn't that allowed? He puts his hand over his ears and stands there panting. Eric notes that the knuckles of both his hands are bleeding. What did you see? Margot asked wearily. Why are you asking me that? I don't know why you are asking me. Fucking hell. Bijon shakes his head and rubs his mouth and eyes hard. I want you to feel safe here in this room, Eric says. You don't think you are allowed to relax. You might not think it is possible, but it is. The man picks at the edge of a piece of wallpaper with his fingernails, then tears off a little strip. This is what I am thinking, he says, without looking at them. I am thinking I have got to do it all again, but do it right. This time I have got to go home and go in through the door, and then it will be right. How do you mean, right? Eric asked, managing to catch his eye. I know how it sounds, but what if it is true? You can't know, he says, making a despairing gesture to keep them quiet. I can go in through the door and call Susanna's name. She knows I have got something for her. I always have something from duty free, and I take my shoes off and go inside. He looks utterly distressed. There is soil on the floor, he whispers. Was there soil on the floor? Margot asks. Shut up, Bijon yells, his voice cracking. He walks over the soil, picks up the other pot plant and throws it at the wall. The plastic pot shatters and soil ruins down behind the sofa. Fucking hell, he gasps. He leaned both hands against the wall, his head hanging, and a string of saliva drops to the floor. Bijon, fuck it, this is hopeless, he says with a sob in his voice. Bijon, Eric says slowly, Margot is here to find out more about what happened. That is her job. My job is to help you. I am here for your sake. I am used to seeing people who are having trouble, people who have suffered a terrible loss, who have experienced terrible things, things no one should have to go through, but which unfortunately are part of life for some of us. The man doesn't respond. He just sobs quietly. His eyes are dark, bloodshot and glassy. Do you want to stand over there? Eric asked gently. You wouldn't rather sit in the armchair? I don't care, nor do I. Good, Bijon whispers, turning toward him. I have already mentioned it, and I know that you said, but it is my job to offer you all the help that is available. I can give you a sedative. It won't get rid of the terrible thing that is happened, but it will help to calm the panic you are feeling inside. Can you help me? The man whispers after a pause. I can help you. Take the first step toward getting through the worst of it, Eric explains quietly. I start to shake when I think about the front door at home because I must have gone through a different door, the wrong door. I can understand why you would feel that. Bijon moves his lips cautiously, as though they were hurting him. Do you want me to sit down? He asks, glancing cautiously at Eric. If it would make you feel more comfortable, Eric replies. Bijon sits down for the first time, and Eric notices Margaret looking at him, but doesn't return the look. What happened when you walked through the wrong door? I don't want to think about it, he replies. But you do remember, can you? Can you get rid of the panic? The man whispers to Eric. That is your decision, Eric says, but I am happy to sit here and talk to you with Margot, or you and I could talk on our own, and we could also try hypnosis. That might help you through the worst of it. Hypnosis? Some people find it work well. Eric replies simply, no. Bijon smiles. Hypnosis is just a combination of relaxation and concentration. Bijon laughs silently with his hand over his mouth, then stand up and walk along the wall against until he reaches the corner and turn to look at Eric. I think maybe the drugs you mentioned might be a good idea. Okay, Eric nods. I can give you Stisolid. Have you heard of that before? It will make you feel warm and tired, but also a lot of calmer. Okay, good. Bijon slaps the wall several times with one palm, then walks over the water dispenser. I will ask a nurse to bring you the pill, Eric says. He leaves the room, confident that Bijon Kern will request hypnosis fairly soon. Part 9. The building at for Lil Jan's plan differs from those around it, with its dark facade and Gothic design, ornamental brickwork, oriels, pilasters and arches. The curtains on the ground floor are closed. Otherwise, it would be possible to see in through the windows. Eric looks at the address on the piece of paper, hesitates for a moment, then goes in through the large doorway. He hasn't told anyone about this. His stomach flutters as he approaches the door. He can hear gentle piano music in the stairwell. He looks at the time, sees that he is slightly early, and returns to the front door to wait. Back in the spring, he found a flyer advertising piano lessons in his letterbox, and rather rashly booked an intensive course for his son, Benjamin, who would be turning 18 at the start of the summer. It is never too late to learn to play an instrument, he thought. He himself had always dreamed of playing the piano, sitting down alone to play a melancholic nocturne by Chopin. But the day before Benjamin's birthday, Nellie pointed out that you didn't have to be a psychologist to see that he was projecting his own dream onto his son. Eric quickly booked a series of driving lessons instead. Benjamin was happy, and Simon thought it a very generous gift. He was sure he had cancelled the piano lessons, but that morning he had received an email reminding him not to miss the first lesson. Eric feels ridiculously embraced. Nevertheless, he decided to attend the first lesson himself to give it a chance. The idea of walking off and sending a text to say that He had already cancelled the lessons in whirling round his head as he returned to the door, raises his finger and rings "Be well." The piano music doesn't stop, but he hears someone run lightly across the floor. A small child opened the door, a girl of about 7, with big pale eyes and tousled hair. She is wearing a polka dot dress and is holding a toy hedgehog in her hand. "Mummy's got a pupil," she said in a low voice. The beautiful music streams through the flat. "I have got an appointment at 7 o'clock. I am here for a piano lesson," he explains. "Mummy say you have to start when you are little," the girl says, "if you want to get good. But I am not going to do that." He smiles. "I will be happy if the piano doesn't block its ears or throw up." The girl can't help smiling. "Can I take your coat?" she remembers to ask. "Can you manage to carry it?" He puts his heavy coat in her thin arms and watches her disappear toward the hall cupboards further inside the hall. A woman in her mid-30s comes toward him along the corridor. She seems deep in thought, but perhaps she is just listening to the music. Her hair is black and cut in a short, boyish style, and her eyes are hidden behind small round sunglasses. Her lips are pale pink, and her face appears to be completely free of makeup. Yet she still looks like a French film star. He realizes that she must be Jackie Federer, the piano teacher. She is wearing a black loose knit sweater and a suit skirt, and has flat ballet pumps on her feet. "Benjamin," she asks. "My name is Eric Maria Berg. I look the lesson for my son." "Benjamin, they were a birthday present, but I never told him about the gift. I have come instead because I am actually the one who wants to learn how to play." "You want to learn to play the piano?" "Unless I am too old," he hurries to say. "Come in. I am just at the end of a lesson," the woman says. He follows her back through the corridor and sees her trace the fingers of one hand along the wall as she walks. "I got Benjamin another present, obviously," Eric explains to her back. She opens a door and the music gets louder. "Have a seat," the woman says, and sits down on the edge of the sofa. Light is streaming into the room from high windows looking out onto a leafy inner courtyard. A 16-year-old girl is sitting with her back straight at a black piano. She is playing an advanced piece, her body rocking gently. She turns a page of the score. Then her fingers run across the keys and her feet press deftly at the pedals. "Stay in time," Jackie says, her chin jutting. The girl blushes but goes on playing. It sounds wonderful, but Eric can see that the Jackie isn't happy. He wonders if she used to be a star, a famous concert pianist whose name he ought to know, Jackie Federer, a diva who wears dark glasses indoors. The piece comes to an end. It is notes lingering in the air until they ebb away. They have almost vanished when the girl takes her foot off the right pedal and the damper muffles the strings. "Good, that sounds much better today," Jackie says. "Thank you," the girl says, picking up her score and hurrying out. Silence descends on the room. The large tree in the courtyard is casting swaying green shadows across the pale wooden floor. "So, you want to learn to piano?" Jackie says, getting up from the sofa. "I have always dreamed of learning, but I have never got round to it. Naturally, I have got absolutely no talent at all," Eric explains quickly. "I am completely unmusical." "That is a shame," she says in a quiet voice. Yes, well, we might as well have a go, she says, and put her hand out to the wall. Mummy, I have mixed some juice, the little girl says, and comes into the room with a tray containing glasses of juice. Ask our guest if he is thirsty. Are you thirsty? Thank you, that is very kind of you, Eric says, and take a sip. Do you play the piano as well? I am better than Mummy was at my age, the girl replies, as if that is phrase she is heard many times. Jackie smiles and strokes her daughter's hair and neck rather clumsily before turning back towards him. You have paid for 20 lessons, she says. I have a tendency to go over the top, Eric admits. So, what do you want to get out of the course? If I am honest, I fantasize about being able to play a sonata, one of Chopin's nocturnes, Eric says, and feels himself blush. But I am aware I am going to have to start with Baba Black Sheep. We can work with Chopin, but perhaps an etude instead, if there is a short one. Mandolin. Can you get me Chopin? Ops 25. The first etude. The girl searches the shelf next to Jackie, pulls out a folder and removes the score. Only when she puts it in her mother's hand does Eric realize that the teacher is blind. Part 10. Eric can't help smiling to himself as he sits in front of the highly polished black piano with the name C. Bastein, Berlin picked out in small gold letters. He needs to lower the stool, the girl says. Eric stands up and lowers the seat by spinning it a few times. We will start with your right hand, but we will pick out some notes with your left. He looks at her fair face with its straight nose and half-open mouth. Don't look at me, look at the notes. At the keyboard, she says, reaching over his shoulder and putting her little finger gently on one of the black keys. A high note echoes inside the piano. This is E flat. We will start with the first formation, which consists of 6 notes, 16th, she says, and play the notes. Okay, Eric mutters. Where did I start? He presses the key, producing a hard note. Use your little finger. How did you know? Because it is natural. Now play, she says. He struggles through the lesson, concentrating on her instructions, stressing the first note of the 6, but loses his way when he has to add a few notes with his left hand. A couple of times she touches his hand again and tells him to relax his fingers. Okay, you are tired. Let us stop there, Jackie says in a neutral voice. You have done some good work. She gives him notes for the next lesson, then asks the girl to show him to the door. They pass a closed door with no entry, scrawled in childish writing on a large sign. Is that your room? Eric asks. Only Mum is allowed in there, the child says. When I was little, I wouldn't even let my mummy come into my room. Really? I drew a big skull and hung that on the door. But I think she went in anyway, because sometimes there were clean sheets on the bed. The evening air is fresh when he steps outside. It feels like he is hardly been breathing during the course of the lesson. His back is so tense that it hurts, and he still feels strangely embraced. When he gets home, he has a long hot shower. Then he calls the piano teacher. Yes, this is Jackie. Hello, Eric. Maria Bark here. You are new people, you know. Hello. She says, curious. I am calling to apologize. I wasted your whole evening and, well, I can see it is hopeless. It is too late to me. You did some good work. Like I said, Jackie says, do the exercise I gave you and I will see you again soon. He doesn't know what to say. Good night, she says and ends the call. Before he goes to bed, he puts on Chopin's Opus 25 to hear what he is aiming at. When he hears the pianist Maurizio Pollini's bubbling notes, he can't help laughing. Part 11. The sun is high above the trees and the blue and white plastic tape is fluttering in the breeze. A transparent shadow of the tape dances on the tarmac. The police officers posted at the cordon led through a black Lincoln town car, and it rolls slowly along as a reflection of the green gardens runs across the black paint like a forest at night. Margot Silverman pulls over the curb and glides smoothly to a halt behind the command vehicle and sits there for a while with her hand on the handbrake. She is thinking about how hard they worked to try to identify Susanna Kern before time ran out. Then, once an hour had passed and they realized it was too late, carried on anyway. Margot and Adam had gone down to see their exhausted IT experts and had just been told that it wasn't possible to trace the video clip when the call came in. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the morning, the forensic team were at the scene and the entire area between Broma, Kerwak and Livingston had been cordoned off. Throughout the day, the hardest task of examining the crime scenes continued as further attempts were made to question the victim's husband with the help of psychiatrist Eric Maria Berg. The police have carried out door-to-door inquiries in the neighborhood. They have checked recordings from nearby traffic surveillance cameras, and Margot has looked a meeting for herself and Adam to see a forensic expert called Erickson. She takes a deep breath, picks up her McDonald's bag and gets out of the car. Outside the cordon blocking off Senham Servergen is a growing pile of flowers, and there are now 3 candles burning. A few shocked neighbors have gathered in the parish hall, but most of them have stuck to their plans for the weekend. They have no suspects. Susanna's ex-husband was playing football at Christiansburg Sports Club with their son when the police caught up with him. They already knew that he had an alibi for the time of the murder, but took him to one side to tell him. Margot has been told that after he was informed, he went back in goal and saved penalty after penalty from the boy. This morning, Margot drew up a plan for the initial stages of the investigation in the absence of any witnesses or forensic results, paying particular attention to people convicted of sex crimes who have either been released or given parole recently. They are planning to track down anyone who is been institutionalized or attended a clinic for obsessive disorder therapy in the past couple of years, and then work closely with the criminal profiling unit. Margot crumbles the paper back in her hand while she is still chewing, then hand it to a uniformed officer. I am eating for 5, she says. Weirdly, she lifts the crime scene tape over her head, then walks heavily toward Adam, who is waiting outside the gate. Just so you know, there is no serial killer, she says sullenly. So I heard, he replies, and lets her go through the gate ahead of him. Bosses, she sighed. What the hell are they thinking? The evening tabloid are going to speculate. It doesn't matter but we say. The police are fair game to them, but we have to follow the rules. It is like shooting a fucking barrel. Fish in a barrel, Adam corrects her. We don't know what effect the media are likely to have on the perpetrator. She goes on. He might feel exposed and become more cautious, withdraw for a while, or all the attention could feed his vanity and make him overconfident. Bright floodlights are shining through the windows of the house as if it were a film location or the setting for a fashion shoot. Erickson, the forensic expert, opens a can of Coca-Cola and hurries to drink, as though there were some magic power in the first bubbles. His face is shiny with sweat. His mask is tucked below his chin, and his protective white overalls are straining at the seams to accommodate his huge stomach. I am looking for Erickson, Margot says. Try looking for a massive marine that cries if you so much as mention the numbers 5 and 2. Erickson replies, holding out his hand, while Margot and Adam pull on their thin protective overall. Erickson tells them he has managed to get a print of rubber-soled boot, size 43, from the outside step, but all the evidence inside the house has been ruined or contaminated thanks to the effort of the victim's husband to clean up. Everything's taking 5 times as long, he says, wiping the sweat from his cheek with a white handkerchief. We can't attempt the usual reconstruction, but I have had a few ideas about the course of event that we can talk through. And the body? Well, take a look at Susanna, but she has been moved and, well, you know, put to bed, Margot says. Erickson helps her with the zip of her overall as Adam rolls up the sleeves of his. We could start a kids program about 3 rings, Margot says, placing both hands on her stomach. They say their name on the list of visitors to the crime scene, then follow Erickson to the front door. Really? Erickson asked with a sudden solemnity. An ordinary home, an ordinary woman, all those good years. Then a visitor from hell from a few short minutes. They go inside. The protective plastic rustles. The door closes behind them. The hinges squealing like a trapped hare. The daylight vanishes, and the sudden shift from a late summer's day to the gloom of the hallway is blinding. They stand still as their eyes adjust. The air is warm and there are bloody handprints on the door frame and around the lock and handle. Fumbling in horror, a vacuum cleaner with no nozzle is standing on a plastic sheet on the floor. There is a trickle of dark blood from the hose. Adam's mask moves rapidly in front of his mouth and beads of sweat break out on his forehead. They follow Erickson across the protective boards on the floor toward the kitchen. There are bloody footprints on the linoleum. They have been clumsily wiped and then trodden in again. One side of the sink is blocked with wet kitchen roll, and a shower scraper is visible in the murky water. We have found prints from Bijon's feet Erickson says, first he went round in his blood-soaked socks, then barefoot. We found his socks in the rubbish bin in the kitchen. He falls silent and they carry on into the passageway that connect the kitchen with the dining and living rooms. A crime scene changes over time and is gradually destroyed as the investigation proceeds so as not to miss any evidence. Forensic officers start by securing rubbish bins and vehicles parked in the area and make a note of specific smells and other transitory elements. Apart from that, they conduct a general examination of the crime scene from the outside in and approach the body and the actual murder scene with caution. The living room is bathed in bright light. The cloying smell of blood is inescapable. The chaos is oddly invisible because the furniture has been wiped and put back in position. Yesterday evening, Margot saw the video of Susanna as she stood in this room eating ice cream with a spoon straight from the tub. A plane comes into land at Bromma Airport with a thunderous roar, making the glass-fronted cabinet rattle. Margot notes that all the porcelain figures are lying down, as if they were asleep. Flies are buzzing around a bloody mop that been left behind the sofa. The water in the bucket is dark red. The floor streaked. It is possible to see the trail of the mop by the damp marks left on the skirting boards and furniture. First, he tried to hoover up the blood. Erickson says, I don't really know, but he seems to have mopped the floor, then wiped it with a dishcloth and kitchen roll. He doesn't remember anything, Margot says. Almost all the original blood patterns have been destroyed, but he misses some here, Erickson says, pointing to a thin spatter on one strip of wallpaper. He's used the old technique and has stretched 8 threads from the outermost mark on the wall to find the point where they converge, the point where the blood originated. This is one precise point. The knife goes in at an angle from above, fairly deep, Erickson says breathlessly, and of course this is one of the first blow. Because she is on her feet, Margot says quietly. Because she is still on her feet, he confirms. Margot looks at the cabinet containing the prone porcelain figures and thinks that Susanna must have stumbled and hit it when she was trying to escape. This one has been cleaned, Erickson shows them, so I am having to guess a bit now. But she was probably leaning with her back against it and slid down. She may have rolled over once and may have kicked her legs. Either way, she certainly lay here for a while with a punctuated lung. Margot bends over and sees the blood that has been exhalated across the back of the sofa from below, possibly during a cuff. But the blood carries on over there, doesn't it? It looks like it, she says, pointing. Susanna struggled like a wild animal, and we don't even know where Bijon found her, Adam asked. No, but we do have a large concentration of blood over there, Erickson says and points. And there, Margot says, gesturing toward the window. Yes, she was there, but she was dragged there. She was in various different places after she died. She lay on the sofa and in the bathroom as well as. So now she is in the bedroom, Margot says. Part 12. The white light of the flood lamps filled the bedroom, forming blinding suns in the glass of window. Everything is illuminated, every thread, every swirling mote of dust. A trail of blood runs across the pale grey carpet to the bed like tiny black pearls. Margot stops inside the door, but hears the others carry on towards the bed. Then the rustling of their overalls stops. God, Adam gasped in a muffled voice. Once again, Margot thinks of the video of Susanna walking about with her trousers dangling from one foot as she kicked to get rid of them. She lowers her eyes and sees that her clothes have been turned the right way and are now piled neatly on the chair. Margot, are you okay? She meets Adam's gaze, sees his dilated pupils, hears the dull buzz of flies, and forces herself to look at the victim. The covers have been pulled up under her chin. Her face is nothing but a dark red, deformed pulp. He is hacked, cut, stabbed, and curved away at it. She goes closer and sees a single eye staring crookedly up at the ceiling. Erickson folds the cover back. They are stiff with dried blood. Skin and fabric have stuck together. There is a faint crunching sound as the dried blood comes loose and little crumbs rain down. Adam raises one hand to his mouth. The inhuman brutality was concentrated around her face, neck, and chest. The dead woman is naked and smeared in blood, with more stab wounds and further bleeding beneath her skin. Erickson photographed the body, and Margot points at a mottled green patch to the right of her stomach. That is normal, Erickson says. Her pubic hairs has started to regrow around the reddish blunt tuft on her redunda. There are no visible marks or injuries to the inside of the thighs. Erickson takes several hundred pictures of body. From the head resting on the pillow at the way down to the tip of her toes. I am going to have to touch you now, Susanna, he whispers and lifts her left arm. He turns it over and looks at the defensive wounds, cuts which indicate that she tries to fend off the attack. With a practiced gesture, he scrapes under her fingernails, the most common place to find a perpetrator's DNA. He uses a new tube of each nail, attach a label, and make a note on the computer on the bedside table. Her fingers are limp because rigor mortis has loosened its grip now. When he is done with her nails, he carefully pulls a plastic bag over her hand and fastens it with tape ahead of the postmortem. I pay house visit to ordinary people every week, Erickson says quickly. They have all got broken glass, overturned furniture, and blood on the floor. He walks around the bed and carries on with the nails of the other hand. Just as he is about to pick it up, he stops. There is something in her hand, he says, and reaches for his camera. Do you see? Margot leans forward and looks. She can make out a dark object between the dead woman's finger. She must have been clutching it tightly because of rigor mortis, but now it is visible as her hand relaxes. Erickson picks up the woman's hand and carefully lifts the object. It is as if she still wants to hold on to it, but it too tired and struggled. His bulky frame blocks Margot's view. But then she sees what the victim was clenching in her hand a tiny broken of porcelain deer's head. The head is shiny, chestnut brown, the broken surface at the bottom white as sugar. Did the perpetrator or her husband put it in her hand? Margot think of the glass-fronted cabinet. She is almost certain that all the porcelain figures were intact, even if they had fallen over. She steps back to get an overview of the bedroom. Beside the dead woman, Erikson stands, hunchbacked, photographing the little brown head. Adam is sitting slumped on a puff in front of the wardrobe. It looks like he is still trying not to throw up. Margot walked back out to the glass-fronted cabinet again and stand for a while in front of the toppled figurines. They are all lying as if they were dead, but none of them is broken. None is missing its head. Why is the victim holding a small deer's head in her hand? She looks over toward the bright light of the bedroom and thinks that she ought to go and take one last look at the body before it is moved to the pathology department in Solna. Part 13. It is morning, and Eric Maria Bark is standing at the still in the cafeteria of the psychology clinic, buying a cup of coffee. As he takes his wallet out to pay, he feels the ache in his shoulders from his piano lesson. It is already been paid for, the cashier said. Already paid for? Your friend has paid for your coffee all the way up to Christmas. Did he say what his name was? Nestor, she replies. Eric smiles and nods, thinking that he really must talk to Nestor about his over-effusive gratitude. It is Eric's job to help people. Nestor doesn't owe him anything. He is still thinking of his former patient's friendly, caution manner when he hears muted footsteps behind him and turns around. The pregnant superintendent is rolling towards him, waving a shrink-wrapped sandwich in his direction. Bijon's fallen asleep and seems to be feeling a bit better, she says breathlessly. He wants to help us and is willing to try hypnosis. I have got an hour. If we can start now, Eric says, quickly drinking his coffee. Do you think it is going to work on him? She asked as they head in the direction of the treatment room. Hypnosis is just a way of getting him brain to relax so that he can begin to sort his memories in a less chaotic way. But the prosecutors unlikely to be able to use statements made under hypnosis, she says. No, Eric smiles, but it might mean that Bijon will be in a fit state to testify later on, and it would definitely help move the investigation forward. When they enter the room, Bijon is standing behind one of the armchairs, clenching its back with his hands. His eyes are dull, as if they were made from worn plastic. I have only seen hypnosis on television, he says in a fragile voice. I mean, I am not sure I really believe in it. Just think of hypnosis as a way to help you feel better. But I want her to leave. Her, he says, looking at Margot. Of course, Eric says. Can you talk to her? Margot remains seated on the sofa. There is no change in her expression. You will have to go and wait outside, Eric says quickly. I have got symphysis. I need to sit down. She, now where the cafeteria is, he replies. She sighs and stands up, takes her mobile out and heads toward the door. Open it, then turns back toward Eric. Would you mind coming outside for a moment? She says amiably. Okay, he says, and follows her into the corridor. We haven't got time to nursemaid him, she whispers. I understand how you feel, but I am a doctor and it is my job to help him. I have got a job as well, Margot says in a voice thin with irritation, and it involves stopping a murder. This is serious. Bijon knows thinks that. This isn't an interrogation, he interrupts. You know that. We have already talked about it. He watches the superintendent fighting her own impatience. Then she nods as if she understands and accepts his words. As long as it doesn't harm him, she says. From where I am standing, well, every teeny detail could be of vital importance to the investigation. Part 14. Eric shuts the door behind him, unfolds the stand and attaches the camera to it. Bijon watches him, rubbing his forehead hard with one hand. Do you have to film it? He asks. It is just a case of documenting what I do, Eric replies, and I would rather not have to be taking notes the whole time. Okay, Bijon says, as though he hadn't really listened to Eric's reply. You can start by lying down on the sofa, Eric says as he goes over to the window and draws the curtains. The room fills with a pleasant semi-darkness, and Bijon lies back and shuffles down a little, then closes his eyes. Eric sits down on a chair, moves closer to him, and sees how tense he is. Thoughts are still racing through his head as different impulses tug at his body. Breathe slowly through your nose, Eric says. Relax your mouth, your chin and cheek. Feel the back of your head laying with all its weight on the pillow. Feel your neck relax. You don't need to hold your head up now because your head is resting on the pillow. Your jaw muscles are relaxing. Your forehead is smooth and untroubled. Your eyelids are feeling heavier. Eric takes his time and moves through the whole body, from Bijon head to his toes, then back up to his weary eyelids and the weight of his head again. With a soporific monotony, Eric slips into the induction, speaking in a falling tone of voice as he tries to gather his strength in advance of what is coming. Bijon's body gradually begins to exhibit an almost cataleptic relaxation. A mental trauma can lead to increased receptivity to hypnosis, as if the brain were longing for a fresh command, a way out of an unsustainable state. The only thing you are listening to is my voice. If you hear anything else, if only make you feel more relaxed and more focused on my words. I am about to start counting backward, and from each number you hear, you will relax a bit more. Eric thinks about what is coming, what is waiting inside the house. What Bijon saw when he walked in through the door is illuminated moment when the shock hit with full force. 912, he says quietly. 911. With each exhalation, Eric says a number slowly and monotonously. After all, he breaks the logical sequence but still carries on the countdown. Bijon is now down at a perfect depth. The sharp frown on his brow has relaxed and his mouth looks softer. Eric counts and sinks into hypnotic resonance with a curious shiver in his stomach. Now you are deeply relaxed. You are resting nice and calmly, Eric says slowly. Soon you are going to revisit your memories of Friday night. When I finish counting down to 0, you will be standing outside your house. But you are completely calm because there is no danger. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now you are standing in the street outside your house. The taxi is driving away. The tires are crunching on the grit, covering the tarmac. Bijon opened his eyes gleaming, but his gaze is focused inward into his memories, and his heavy eyelid closed once more. Are you looking at the house now? Bijon is standing in the cool night air in front of his house. A strange glow is lighting up. The sky is in time with the slow rhythm of his heartbeat. It looks like the house is leaning forward as the light expands and the shadow withdraws. It is moving, he says almost inaudibly. Now you are walking up to the door. Eric says, the night air is mild. There is nothing unpleasant. Bijon starts as some jackons fly up from the tree. They are visible against the sky, their shadows more across the grass, and then they are gone. You are perfectly safe, Eric says as he sees Bijon's hand move anxiously over the seat of the sofa. Part 15. Deep in his trance, Bijon slowly approaches the door. He keeps to the stone path, but something about the black shimmers of the window catches his attention. You have reached the door. You take your key out and put it in the lock, Eric says. Bijon carefully pushes the handle, but the door is stuck. He tries harder, and there is a sticky sound when it eventually opens. Eric sees that Bijon's brow is sweating and repeat in a soothing voice that there is nothing to be scared of. Bijon tries to open his eyes and whisper something. Eric leans forward and feels his breath against his ear. The doorstep. Something odd about it. Yes, this doorstep has always been odd, Eric replies calmly. But once you have crossed it, everything will be just as it was on Friday. Eric notes the wall of Bijon's face is covered with a sheen of sweat as his chin begins to tremble. No, he whispers, shaking his head. Eric realizes that he needs to put him in deeper hypnosis if he is to be able to enter the house. All you have to do now is listen to my voice, Eric says, because soon you will be in an even more relaxed state, and there is nothing to be worried about there. You are sinking deeper as I count 4. You are sinking 3, getting calmer 2, 1, and now you are completely relaxed and can see that the doorstep isn't any sort of barrier. Bijon's face is slack. His mouth is hanging open, one corner wet with saliva. He is in a deeper state of hypnosis than Eric had intended. If you feel ready, you can cross the threshold now. Bijon doesn't want to. He is thinking that he doesn't want to, but he still takes a step into the hall. He looks along the corridor towards the kitchen. Everything in the same as usual. There is an advertisement from Bohus on the doormat. Too many shoes piled up on the shoe rack. The umbrella that always falls over does so again, and his eyes jingled as he put them on the chest of drawers. Everything is the same as usual, he whispers, the same as. He falls silent when he notices a strange rolling movement from the corner of his eye. He daren't turn to look in what direction and stares straight ahead while something moves at the edge of his field of vision. There is something strange off to the side. What did you say? Rick asks. It is moving off to the side. Okay, just let it go, Eric replies. Look straight ahead and keep going. Bijon walks through the hall, but his eyes keep getting drawn to the side, toward the cloth hanging in the porch. They are moving slowly in the gloom, as if a wind were blowing through the house. The sleeves of Susanna's trench coat lift in a gust, then fall back. Look ahead of you, Eric says. Someone suffering mental trauma experiences a chaotic jumble of memories that press in on them from all sides. They lose all coherence, fade away and lurch into view, all mixed up. All Eric can do is try to lead Bijon through the room toward the fundamental insight that he couldn't have prevented his wife's death. I am in the kitchen now, he whispers. Keep going, Eric says. There is a bag of newspapers for recycling in the passageway leading to the door of the cellar. Bijon takes a cautious step forward, looking straight ahead, but he still sees a kitchen drawer slide open, and it rattles when it comes to the halt. One drawer is open, he mutters. Which one? Bijon knows it is the drawer containing the knives, and he knows that he is on one opening it, seeing as he wished a large knife several hours earlier. Oh God, I can't. There is nothing to be afraid of. You are safe, and I will be with you as you go further in. I am walking past the door to the cellar toward the living room. Susanna must have gone to bed already. It is quiet. The television is switched off, but something different. The furniture seems to be in the wrong place, as if a giant had picked the house up and gives it a gentle shake. Susanna, Bijon whispers. He reaches out his hand toward the light switch. The room doesn't light up, but the glow fills the windows that looks out into the garden. He can't help thinking he is being watched and feels an urge to close the curtain. God, oh God, oh God, he suddenly whimpered, his face trembling. Eric realizes that Bijon is there now, in the midst of his memory of the traumatic event, but he is barely describing anything. He is keeping it to himself. Bijon is getting closer, sees himself in the black window, sees the bushes outside move in the wind, far beyond the reflection. He is gasping, even though he is under deep hypnosis. His body tenses and his back arches. What is happening? Eric asks. Bijon stops when he sees someone with a dark grey face looking back at him in the window, right next to the glass. He takes a step back and feels his heart pounding hard in his chest. A branch of the rose bush sways and scrapes the window edge. He realizes that the grey face isn't outside. There is someone sitting on the floor in front of the window. He can see their reflection. A calm voice repeats that there is nothing to be scared of. He moves to the side and realizes that it is Susanna. She is sitting on the floor in front of the window. Susanna, he says quietly, so as not to startle her. He can see her shoulder, some of her hair. She is leaning back against an armchair, looking out. He approaches cautiously and feels that the floor is wet beneath his feet. She is sitting down. He muttered. She is sitting. Bijon goes closer to the armchair by the window, and then the light in the ceiling comes on, and the room is bathed in light. He knows he switched it off, but is still frightened when the bright light falls the room. There is blood everywhere. He is trodden in blood. It is splashed across the television and sofa and up the walls. There are smears on blood on the floor, trickling into the gaps between the wood. She is sitting on the floor in a dark red pool, a dead woman wearing Susanna's kimono. Dust has settled on the pool of blood around her. Eric sees Bijon's face tense, and his lips and the tip of his nose turn white. As soon as Bijon has realized that the dead woman is his wife, Eric is planning to bring him out of the hypnosis. Who can you see? He asks. No, he whispers. You know who it is, Eric says. Susanna, he says slowly and open his eyes. You can move back now, Eric says. I am going to wake you up in a moment, and there is so much blood. God, I don't want to. Her face, it is been destroyed, and she is sitting perfectly still with Bijon, listening to my voice. I am going to count from. She is sitting with her hand over her ear, and there is blood dripping from her elbow. He says, panting for breath. Eric feels an icy chill as adrenaline fills his vein. For a few seconds, the hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stand up. With his heart pounding, he glances toward the closed door of the treatment room and hears a trolley rattle as it moves away. Look at your own hands, he says, trying to keep his voice steady. You are looking at your own hand and you are breathing slowly. With each breath, you are feeling calmer. I don't want to, Bijon whispers. Eric can feel that he is forcing him, but he has to know the position Bijon's wife was sitting in when he found her. Before I wake you up, we need to go deeper, he says, swallowing hard. Beneath the house that you are in is another house, identical to the other one, but down there is the only place you can see Susanna clearly. 3, 2, 1, and now you are there. She is sitting on the floor on the pool of blood, and you can look at her without feeling frightened. Her face is almost gone. It is just blood, Bijon says sluggishly, and her hand is stuck to her ear. Keep going, Eric says, glancing at the door again. Her hand is tangled up in the cord of her kimono. Bijon, I am going to bring you up now to the house above, and the only thing you know there is that Susanna is dead, and that there was nothing you could have done to save her. That is the only thing you are going to take with you when I wake you up. You are going to leave everything else behind. Part 16. Eric closes his office door and goes over to his desk. He feels that his back is wet with sweat when he sits down. It is nothing, he whispers anxiously to himself. He moves the mouse to wake his computer up, then logs in. With his hand trembling, he pulls open the top drawer, presses a Magaton out of a blister pack and swallows it without water. He quickly signs into the database of patient and notices how cold his fingers are as he waits to be able to perform a search. He jumps when Superintendent Margot Silverman opened the door without knocking. She walked in and stopped in front of him with her hand clasped around her stomach. Bijon Kern says he can't remember what you talked about. That is natural, Eric replies, minimizing the document. How did you get on with the hypnosis then? She asked, running her hand over the wooden elephant from Malaysia. He was definitely receptive. So you were able to hypnotize him? She smiles. I am afraid I forgot to start the camera. Eric lies. Otherwise I could have shown you. He went into a trance almost instantly. You forgot to start the camera? You know that this wasn't an official interview, he says, a touch impatiently. This was a first step toward what we call effective stabilization. So that I don't give a damn about that. She cuts him off. So that you can have a functional witness later on, he concludes. How much later? Will he able to say anything later today? I think he is going to realize that happened fairly quickly. But talking about it is another matter. So what happened? What did he say? He must have said something surely. Yes, but no fucking oath of confidentiality bullocks now. She interrupts. I have to know, otherwise people will die. Eric goes over to the window and leans on the sill. Far below, a patient is standing smoking, thin and bent-backed in his hospital gown. I took him back, Eric says slowly, into the house. It was rather complicated because it was very recent and full of fragments of terrible memories. But he saw everything. Could he see everything? It was only to make him understand that he couldn't have saved her. But he saw the murder scene and his wife. Did he? Yes, he did, Eric replies. So, what did he say? Not much. He talked about blood and the wound to her face. Was she in a particular position, a posture with sexual implications? He didn't say. Was she sitting up or laying down? How did her mouth look? Where were her hands? Was she naked? Violated? He said, very little, Eric replies. It can take a long time to reach detail of that sort. I swear, if he doesn't start talking, I will take him into custody. She says in a loud voice, I will drag him off to headquarters and watch him like a havoc until. Margot, Eric interrupts in a friendly voice. She looked at him with a subdued expression, nods and breathes through her mouth, then pulls out a business card and put it down on his desk. We don't know who his next victim's going to be. It could be your wife. Think about that, she says, and leave the room. Eric feels his face relax. I walk slowly back to his desk. The floor is starting to feel soft beneath his feet. As he sits down in front of his computer, there is a knock on the door. Yes, that charming superintendent has left the building, Nellie says, peering round the door. She is only trying to do her job. I know, she doesn't really seem too bad. Stop it, he says, but can't help smiling. No, but she was pretty funny, Nellie says and laughs. Eric rests his head on his hand and she turns serious and walks in. Closes the door behind her and looks at him. What is it? She asks. What has happened? Nothing, he replies. Tell me, she insists, sitting down on the corner of his desk. Her red woolen dress crackles with static electricity against her nylon tights as she crosses her legs. I don't know, Eric sighs. What is up with you? She laughs. Eric stands up, takes a deep breath and looks at her. Nellie, he says, and she can hear how empty his voice sounds. I need to ask you about the patient before you started working here. Nina Blom. But together, a term for a complicated research project. Go on, she says, looking at him with obvious curiosity. I know, I outlined my cases to you, but this may not have been included. I mean, what is the patient's name? She asked calmly. Rocky Curlout. Do you remember him? Yes. Hang on, she says intuitively. He was a priest. Exactly, I remember. You talked about him quite a lot. She says as she thinks. You had a file of pictures from the crime scene and You don't remember where he ended up, he interrupts. That was years ago, she replies. He is still inside, though, isn't he? We would better hope so, she replies. He would kill people, after all. Hadn't he? A woman, Eric nods. That is right. Now I remember. Her whole face was destroyed. Part 17. Nellie stands behind Eric as he makes his way through the patient database on his computer. He types Rocky-Curlout's name, searches, and discovers that he was sent to Casuarden District Hospital. Casuarden, he says quietly. She brushes a strand of blondie hair from her cheek and looks at him, her eyes narrowing. Do you want to tell me why we are talking about this patient? Rocky Curlout's victim had been posed. You won't remember, but she was lying on the floor with her face horribly disfigured and her hand round her neck. I have just hypnotized Bijon Kern, and he describes details that were very reminiscent of the old murder, the one committed by the priest. I don't know, but Bijon Kern said his wife's face had been completely destroyed and that she was sitting with her hand over her ear. What do the police say? I don't know, Eric muttered. I mean, you did tell that lovely pregnant lady I didn't tell her anything, Eric says. You didn't? She asked, a skeptical smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Because it emerges while he was under hypnosis but he wanted to talk, didn't he? I might have misheard, Eric says. Misheard? She laughs. It is just so sick. I can't think clearly anymore. Eric, it probably isn't important, but you have to tell the police. That is why they are here, Nellie says gently. He walks over to the window. The area where the patients stand and smoke is empty now, but he can still see the cigarette butts and sweet wrappers that have been tossed on the ground and a blue shoe cover that is being pushed into the ashtray. It is a long time ago, but to me, do you know what those weeks were like? I didn't want Rocky to be released, Eric says slowly. It was everything. The brutality, the eyes, the hands. I know, I read all about it, Nellie says. I don't remember the details of your recommendation, but I know you said he was seriously bloody dangerous and that there was a severe risk of a relapse. What if he's out? I have got to call Casuarden, Eric says, then picks up his phone, checks his computer and dials the number for Simon Casillas, the senior consultant in charge. Nellie sits down on Eric's sofa while he talks to the doctor and smiles at him when he looks at her as he exchanges the usual pleasantries and when he ends the conversation by repeating the consultant's article in Swedish psychiatry really was excellent. The sun passes behind a cloud and darkness falls across the room as if a huge figure were standing in front of the building. Rocky is still in Ward D4, Eric says, and he's never been let out on parole. Does that feel better? No, he whispers. Are you losing your grip? She asks so seriously that he can't help smiling. He sighs and puts his hand to his face, then slowly lower them, feeling his fingertip press gently against his eyelids and down his cheek before he looks at Nellie again. Her back is straight as she looks at him carefully. A tiny, sharp little wrinkle was appeared between her thin eyebrows. Okay, listen, Eric says. I know this is completely wrong, but in one of the last conversations I had with Rocky, he claimed he had an alibi for the night of the murder, but I didn't want him to be released simply because he would brought himself a witness. What are you trying to say? She asked quietly. I never passed that information on. No way, she says. He could have been released. Bloody hell, you can't do that. She interrupts. I know, but he was guilty and he would have killed again. That is not our business. We are psychologists. We are not detectives and we aren't judges. She takes a few agitated steps, then stops and shakes her head. Fucking hell, she gasps. You are mad. You are completely. I can understand you being angry. Yes, I am angry. I mean, you know, if this get out, you would lose your job. I know. What I did was wrong. It is tormented me ever since. But I have always been utterly convinced that I stopped a murderer. Shit, she mutters. He picks up the business card from his desk and begins to dial the superintendent's number. What are you doing? She asks. I need to tell her about Rocky's alibi and the whole business about the hand and the ear. And go ahead, she interrupts. But what if you were right? What if his alibi wasn't real? Then any similarities are just coincidence. I don't care. Then ask yourself what you are going to do with the rest of your life, she says. I will have to give up being a doctor. You will lose your income. You might have even face charges. All the scandal and gossip in the papers. It is my own fault. Find out if the alibi checks out first. If it does, then I will report you myself. Thanks. He laughs. I am being serious, she says. Part 18. Eric leaves the car in front of the garage, hurries up the path to his dark house, unlocks the door and goes inside. He turns the light on in the hall but doesn't take his outdoor clothes off, just carries on down the steep staircase to the cellar that contains his extensive archive. In the locked steel cabinet, he keeps all the documents from his years in Uganda, from the major research project at the Karolinska Institute and about his patients at the psychology clinic. All the written material is collected in the form of logbooks, personal journals and extensive notes. The recordings of his sessions have been saved on 8th external hard drives. Eric's heart is thumping as he unlocks one of the cabinets and searches back in time to the year when his life crossed path with that of Rocky Curlord. He pulls the file out of the black box and hurried upstairs to his study. He switches the lamp on, glances at the black window, remove the elastic band round the file and open it on the desk in front of him. It was 9 years ago and life was very different. Benjamin was still in primary school. Simone was writing her dissertation in art history and he himself had just started working at the Crisis and Trauma Center with Professor Sten W. Jacobson. He no longer remembers the exact detail of how he was contacted and invited to join a team for a forensic psychology project. He had actually decided not to take part in anything like that again, but given the particular circumstances, changed his mind when his colleague Nina Bloom asked for his help. Eric remembers spending the evening in his new office, reading the material the prosecutor had sent over. The man who was going to be evaluated was a Rocky Curlod, and he was vicar of the parish of Salim. He was being held in custody on suspicion of having murdered Rebecca Hanson, a 43-year-old woman who had attended Mass and then stayed behind to speak to him in private on the Sunday before she was murdered. The murder had been extremely aggressive, fueled by hatred. The victim's face and arm had been destroyed. She was found lying on the linoleum floor of her bathroom, with her right hand around her neck. There was fairly persuasive forensic evidence. Rocky had sent her a number of threatening text messages, and his fingerprints and strands of his hair were found in her home, and traces of Rebecca's blood were found in his shoes. An arrest warrant was issued, and he was eventually picked up 7 months later in conjunction with a serious traffic accident on the motorway at Brunby. He had stolen a car at Finsta and was heading for the airport at Atlanta. In the accident, Rocky Curlod suffered serious brain damage, which led to epileptic seizures in the frontal and temporal lobe of his brain. He would suffer recurrent bouts of automatism and memory loss for the rest of his life. When Eric met Rocky Curlod, his face was crisscrossed with red scars from the accident. His arm was in plaster, and his hair had just started to grow again after several operations. Rocky was a large man with a booming voice. He was almost 2 meters tall, broad shoulders, with big hands and a thick neck. Sometimes he found faint, falling off his chair, knocking over the flimsy table, holding glasses and a jug of water, and hit his shoulder on the floor. But sometimes his epileptic attacks were almost invisible. He just seemed a bit subdued and distant. And afterward, he couldn't remember what they had been talking about. Eric and Rocky got on fairly well. The priest was undeniably charismatic. He somehow managed to give the impression of speaking straight from the heart. Eric lives through the private journal in which he had noted during their conversation. The various subjects can be traced from one session to the next. Rocky had neither admitted nor denied the murder. He said he couldn't remember Rebecca Hanson at all and couldn't explain why his fingerprint had been found in her home or how her blood came to be on his shoes. During the best of their conversation, Rocky would circle the small island of memories in an attempt to discern a bit more. Once he said that he heard Rebecca Hanson had had intercourse in the sacristy, albeit interrupted. He could remember details such as the rough rug they had been lying on, an old gift from the young woman of the parish. She had begun to menstruate, leaving a small blood stain, like a virgin, he said. During the following conversation, he couldn't remember any of this. The conclusion of the examination was that the crime had been committed under the influence of severe mental disturbance. the team believed that Rocky Kirlot suffered from a grandiose narcissistic personality disorder with elements of paranoia. Eric lives past a circled note paying for sex plus drug abuse in the journal, followed by some ideas for medication. Naturally, he shouldn't have had an opinion on the matter of guilt, but as time passed, Eric became convinced that Rocky was guilty and that his mental disorder constituted a serious risk of further crimes. During one of their last sessions, Rocky was talking about a ceremony to mark the end of the school year in a church decked out with spring greenery, when he suddenly looked up at Eric and said he hadn't murdered Rebecca Hanson. I remember everything now. I have got an alibi for the whole of that evening, he said. He wrote down the name, Olivia, and an address, then gave the sheet of paper to Eric. They carried on talking, and Rocky began to speak in broken fragments, then fell completely silent, looked at Eric, and suffered a severe epileptic attack. Afterward, Rocky didn't remember anything. He didn't even recognize Eric, just kept whispering about wanting heroin, saying he could kill a child if only he was given 30 grams of medical diacetylmorphine in a bottle with an unbroken seal. Eric never took Rocky's claim of an alibi seriously. At best, it was a lie. At worst, Rocky could have bribed or threatened someone to support the alibi. Eric threw away the scrap of paper and Rocky Kirlot was found guilty and sentenced to secure psychiatric care with severe restriction on any parole application. And 9 years later, a woman is murdered in Broma in a way that was reminiscent of Rebecca Hanson's murder. Eric thinks, closing the file bearing Rocky's name. Aggressive violence directed at the face, neck and chest, but on other hand, murders of this sort aren't altogether unusual. They can be triggered by anything from the jealousy of an ex-husband, aggression linked by rohypnol and anabolic steroid, so-called honor killing, or a pimp making an example of a prostitute trying to break away from him. The only concrete connection is that Susanna Kern was left at the scene of the murder with her hand covering her ear, just like Rebecca Hanson was found on the floor with her hand round her own neck. Perhaps Susanna Kern merely got tangled up in the belt of her kimono during the struggle. The parallels certainly aren't unambiguous, but they are there. And there are forcing Eric to do something he should have done a long time ago. He put the file in his desk and looked up the number of serious consultant Simon Casillas and Carsuden Hospital. Once more. Casillas, the man, answers in a voice like dried leather. Eric Maria Burke from the Karolinska. Hello again. I have checked my diary and I could actually squeeze in a visit. A visit? The sound of a scash cot is audible in the background. A ball hitting the wall. The Speak of shoes. I am taking part in a research project for the Osher Center at the Institute, which involves us following upon old patients right across the spectrum, which means I am going to have to interview Rocky Curlod. Before they end the conversation, Eric hears himself babble about the fabricated research project about health service funding, tax declaration, online CBT, and someone called Dr. Stengel. He slowly puts his phone down on the desk, watches the little screen turn black as it slips into dormancy. The door is perfectly still. His leather seat creaks quietly like a moored boat. Through the open window, he can hear the hiss of an evening shower approach across the garden. He bends forward and rests his elbows on the desk, leans his head on his hands, and asks himself what on earth he is doing. What did I just say? He thinks, and who the hell is Stengel? This could be a crazy idea. He knows that. But he also knows he has no choice. If Rocky's alibi was genuine, then he must be released, even if that would mean a media frenzy and a miscarriage of justice. Eric skims through the logbook. There are no notes about an alibi, but towards the end, one page has been torn out. He leaves forward, then stops. From that last session with Rocky, there is a faint note in pencil that Eric doesn't remember. In the middle of the page, it says, "A priest with dirty clothes," across the lines. Then the remainder of the book is blank. He stands up and goes out into the kitchen to find something to eat. While he walks through the library, he repeats to himself that he has to find out if Rocky's alibi was real. If it was genuine, then this new murder could be connected to the old one, and Rick will have to confess everything. Part 19. Saga Bauer is driving slowly through the vast campus of the Karolinska Institute. As she approaches Ritzweg 5, she turns into the deserted car park and stops in front of the empty building. Even though she is tired and not wearing any makeup, hasn't washed her hair, and is wearing baggy clothes, most people would probably say she was the most beautiful person they had ever seen. Recently, there has been something hungry and haunted about her appearance. The bright blue of her eyes makes her creamy white skin look radiant. On the floor in front of the passenger seat is a green holdall containing underwear, a bulletproof vest, and 5 cartridges of ammunition, 45 ACP, hollow tipped. Saga Bauer has been on sick leave from her job with the security police for more than a year, and she hasn't visited the boxing club in all that time. The only time she is missed work was during Barack Obama's visit to Stockholm. She stood at a distance and watched the president's cortege, being constantly on the lookout for treats in an occupational hazard. She remembers the tingle that ran through her body when she identified a potential vantage point from which to fire a rocket-propelled grenade. An unguarded window, but a moment later the danger had passed and nothing had happened. The forensic medicine department is closed. All the lights in the red brick building seem to be off, but a white Lager with a damaged front bumper is parked on the path right in front of the entrance. Saga leans to the side, opens the glove compartment, takes out the glass jar and leaves the car. The air is mild and smells of freshly mown grass. She feels her Glock 21 bouncing under her left arm, and then hear a faint sloshing sound from the jar as she walks. Saga has to clamber across the flower bed to get past Nils Alhen's car. The thorn of the wild rose make a stretching sound as they let go of her military trousers. The branches sway and a few rose petals drift to the ground. The lock of the front door is prevented from clicking shut with the help of a rolled up information leaflet. She has been here enough time before to find her way. The grit on the poorly cleaned floor crunches as she heads down the corridor toward the swing door. She can't help smiling when she looks at the jar and the cloudy liquid, the particles circling round. The memory flashes through her, and her free hand goes involuntarily to one of the scars he left on her face, the deep cut just below her eyebrow. Sometimes she thinks he must have seen something special in her, that was why he spared her life, and sometimes she thinks that he simply considered death too easy. He wanted her to live with the lies he had made her believe in the hell he had created for her. She will never know. The only thing that is certain is that he chose not to kill her, and she chose to kill him. She thinks of the darkness and the deep snow as she walked down the empty corridor of the forensic medicine department. I hit him, she whispers to herself. She moistens her mouth and in her mind's eye sees herself firing and hitting him in the neck, arm and chest. 3 shots to the chest. She changed her magazine and shot him again when he would fallen into the rapids. She held the fear up and saw the cloud of blood spread out around him. She ran along the bank, shooting at the dark object, and carried on firing even though the body had been carried off by the current. I know I killed him, she thinks, but they never found his body. The police sent divers under the ice and checked both banks with sniffer dogs. Outside the office is a neat metal sign bearing his name and title, Nils Alhen, Professor of Forensic Medicine. The door is open and the slight figure is sitting at his neat desk reading the newspaper with a pair of latex gloves on his hands. He is wearing a white polo neck shirt under his white coat, and his pilot's sunglasses flash as he looks up. You are tired, Saga, he says amiably. A bit, beautiful though. No, he puts the newspaper down, pulls off the glove and notices the skeptical look in her eyes. To save getting ink on my fingers, he says, as though it were obvious. Saga doesn't answer, just set the jar down in front of him. The chopped off finger moves slowly in the alcohol through a cloud of wispy particles. A swollen and half-rotten index finger So you think that this finger belonged to Georg, Walter, Saga say curtly. How did you get hold of it? Nils Alhen asks. He picks up the jar and holds it up to the light. The finger falls against the inside of the glass as if it were pointing at him. I have spent more than a year looking. To start with, Saga Brewer borrowed sniffer dogs and walked up and down both banks of the river from Bergersjön all the way to Helsingfors on the Baltic coast. She followed the shoreline, combed the beaches, studied the currents of Norrfjorden all the way down to Vasterfloden, and made her way out to every island, talking to everyone who went fishing in the area. Go on, Alhen said. She looks up and meets his relaxed gaze behind the shimmering surface of his sunglasses. His latex gloves are lying on the desk in front of him, inside out in two little heaps. One is quivering slightly, either from a drought or because of the rubber contracting. This morning I was walking along the beach out at Hogmerso, she explains. I have been there before, but I gave it another go. The terrain on the north side is quite freaky. A lot of forest on the cliff at the headland. She thinks of an old man walking toward her from the other direction with an armful of silver grey driftwood. You have gone quite again. Sorry, I bumped into a retired church warden. He said he would see me the last time I was there and asked what I was looking for. Saga went with him to the inhabited part of the island. Less than 40 people live there. The warden's house is tucked behind the white chapel and freestanding bell tower. He said he found a dead body on the shore toward the end of April. A whole body? Allen asked in a low voice. No, just the torso and one arm. No head. No one can live without a torso, she says, and can hear how agitated her voice sounds. No, Allen replies calmly. The warden said the body must have been in the water all winter because it was badly swollen and very heavy. They look terrible. Allen said he brought the body back through the forest in his wheelbarrow and laid it on the floor of the tool shed behind the chapel. But the smell drove his dog mad, so he had to take it to the old crematorium. He cremated it, she nodded. The crematorium had been abandoned for decades, but in the middle of the overgrown foundation was a sooty brick oven with a chimney. The warden used to burn rubbish in the oven, so he knew it worked. Why didn't he call the police? Allen asked. Saga think of the way the church warden's house stank of fried food and old clothes. His neck was streaked with dirt, and the bottles of home brew in the fridge had a dirty mark from his fingers. He had a still at home. I don't know, but he did take a few pictures with his mobile in case the people showed up and started asking questions. and he kept the finger at the bottom of his fridge. Have you got the pictures? Yes, she says, and pulls out her phone. It must be him. Look at the gunshot wound. Ellen looks at the first picture. On the bare cement floor of the tool shed lies a bloated, marbled torso with just one arm. The skin has split across the chest and slipped down. There are 4 ragged gunshot holes on the body. The water has made a black mark on the pale grey floor, a shadow that gets narrower toward the drain in the floor. That looks good, very good, Nils, Ellen said, handing her phone back. There is a tense look in his eyes as he gets to his feet and picks the glass jar up from the desk, and he looks at her as if he were about to say something else but walks out of the room instead. Part 20. Saga follows. Nils Ellen through a dark corridor with narrow wheel tracks on the floor into the closest pathology lab. The chilly fluorescent lights in the ceiling flicker a few times before settling and lighting up the white tiled wall. Beside one of the metal table is a desk with a computer and a large bottle of Trocadero. The room smells of disinfectant and drains. A bright yellow hose is attached to one of the taps. A trickle of water runs from the end of the hose toward the drain in the floor. Ellen walks straight over to the long plastic-covered postmortem table with its double throw and drainage runnels. He pulls over a chair for Saga, then places the glass jar on the slab. She watches him put on protective overalls, a mask and latex gloves. Then he stops, quite still, in front of the jar, like an old person disappearing into a memory. Saga is on the point of saying something when Ellen takes a deep breath. The right finger of a body found in brackish water, preserved in strong alcohol at a temperature of 8 degrees for 4 months. He says to himself. He photographs the jar from various angles, then unscrews the lid bearing the board Bob raspberry jam. Using a pair of steel sweaters, he removed the finger. Let us it drip in a while, then put it down on the postmortem table. The nail has come off and is still lying in the murky liquid. A nauseating smell of rotten seawater and decaying flesh spread through the room. It is certainly true that the finger was removed from the body long after death, he says to Saga, with a knife or perhaps a pair of pliers or secateurs. Ellen is breathing audibly through his nose as he carefully rolls the finger over so he can photograph it for every angle. We can get a good fingerprint from this, he says seriously. Saga has backed away and is standing with her hand over her mouth, watching as Ellen picks up the dead finger and holds it against a print scanner. The machine beeps when the print has been scanned. The tissue is swollen and pudgy, but the fingerprint that appears in the little screen is still very clear. The papillary lines are really the ridges between the cells and sweat pores that develop in the epidermis while an embryo is still in the womb. Saga stares at the oval containing a labyrinth of cells. The room feels full of suppressed anticipation. Ellen takes off his protective clothing again and logs into the computer. hook up the scanner and clicks on the icon with the text "Live Scan." "I have got a private AFIS system," he says straight out as he clicks another icon and types in a new password. Saga sees him search for Walter, then click to bring up the digital image of the ID form that was compiled at the time of Jurek's arrest. The sharp production of the thumb and fingerprint from both hands were made in ink. Saga tries to control her breathing. Sweat is trickling down her sides from her armpits. Alan whispers something to himself and drags the best image of the live scan across to the search box of the AFIS system, then clicks the button saying analysis and comparison, and immediately get a result. "What is happening?" Saga says and swallows hard. The reflection of the fluorescent light slides across his glasses. She sees his hand shake as he points at the screen. The details of the initial level are rather vague, mostly just patterns. Alan explains and clears his throat quickly. The second level are so-called Galton details. You can see the light of the papillary line and the way they relate to each other. The differences are only the result of tissue breakdown. And the third level, that is primarily concerned with the layout of pores, and there the match is perfect. "Do you mean that we have found Jurek?" she whispers. "I will send the DNA to the National Forensic Lab in Linköping, but purely as a formality," he replies with a nervous smile. "You have found him. There is no doubt that it is him. It is over now." "Good," she says, feeling hot tears well up in her eyes. The initial relief is full of contradictory impulses and emptiness. Her heart is still pounding hard in her chest. "You have said all along that you were sure you killed Jurek. Why was it so important to find his body?" Alan asks. "I couldn't try to find Juna before I would find it," she replies, rubbing her cheeks with her hand to wipe the tears away. "Juna's dead," Alan says. "Yes," she smiles. "Juna's jacket and wallet were found in the possession of a homeless man who hung around Stormberton at the end of the island housing the Parliament building in Stockholm." Sagas watched the video of the interview plenty of time. The homeless man identified himself as Constantine the First. He usually borrowed one of the fishing boat and slept outside a heating vent. He sat in the interview room with his big beard and dirty fingers, cracked lips and a weary look in his eyes. In a rattling voice, he told them about the big Finn, who told him to keep his distance before taking his jacket off and swimming out into the water. He watched him swim out toward Stormburn until he reached the fast-flowing current and disappeared. "You don't believe he is dead?" Alan asked calmly. "Several years ago, he phoned me. He wanted me to find out some information about a woman in Helsinki in secret," Saga says. "At the time, I thought the woman had something to do with the case of Garden. What about her then?" "She was seriously ill. She was in hospital for an operation. Her name was Laura Sandin," Saga says, holding Alan's gaze. "But she was really Summa Lina, his wife, wasn't she?" Yes, he nods. I tried to get hold of Lura to tell her that Juna was dead. Saga explains. Lura had been in a cancer hospice for palliative care, but 2 days after Juna's suicide, she was discharged to spend her last days at home. But neither Lura nor her daughter are still at their address on Elizabeth's Garden. Really? Hen says, his thin nostrils turn pale. They aren't anywhere, Saga says, taking a step towards him. That is good to hear. I think Juna arranged his suicide so he could go and pick up his wife and daughter and go into hiding with them. Nils Erland's eyes are red and his mouth is twitching slightly with emotion when he speaks. Juna was the only person who believed that Jurek reach extended beyond the isolation unit, and as usual, he was right. If we hadn't done this, Jurek would have killed Summa and Lumi just as he killed Disa. Nils, I need to find Juna and tell him that Jurek Walter is dead, Saga says. He need to know that the body's been found. She puts her hand on his arm and sees his shoulders slump when he makes his mind up. I don't know where they are, he eventually says. But if Summa is dying, like you say, I know where you could try looking. Where? Go to the Nordic Museum, he says in a thick voice, as if he were worried about changing his mind. There is small bridal crown, a semi-bridal crown made of woven roots. Look at it carefully. Thanks. Good luck, Erland says seriously, then hesitates. No one wants to hug a pathologist, but Saga hugs him hard, then leaves the room and hurries along the corridor. Part 21. Saga perks in front of the large flight of steps leading up to the Nordic Museum, drinks a sip of cold coffee from a 7-Eleven mug, and looks at the people around her, all dressed for summer. It is as if she hasn't really paid attention to her surroundings before now. Adults and children, tired from the sun or long picnics, or excited and expectant on their way to the amusement park or some restaurant. She is barely noticed the summer passing her by again. Since Juna disappeared, she has withdrawn from the world, searching for Jurek's body. Now it is time to bring this to an end. Saga gets out of the car and goes up the step. There is a broken syringe on one of the top steps. She walks in through the imposing entrance, buys a ticket, picks up a plan of the museum, and carries on into the entrance hall. The colorful statue of Gustav Vasa sits on the huge wooden throne, gazing off toward the replica of a post-war home that is being installed in the museum. As she walks toward the staircase, she catches a glimpse of a text about the people's home and the social democratic vision of a modern, supportive and equal Sweden in which all families had the right to a home with hot water, a kitchen and bathroom. She jogs up the stone steps and carries on to the section for semi-handicraft. A few visitors are walking along the glass cabinet containing jewelry, knives with reindeer and horn handles, cultural artifacts and clothes. She stops in front of a display featuring a bridal crown. This must be the one, Erland meant. It is a beautiful piece of work made of woven birch root with points that looks like the fingers of two interlaced hands. Saga looks at the small lock on the case, sees that it would be easy to pick. But the cabinet is alarmed and there is a risk that a god would arrive before she had time to look at the crown. An elderly woman stops next to her and says something in Italian to a man pushing a stroller a short distance away. The man speaks to the guard and is helped towards the lifters. A girl with straight fair hair is looking at the ceremonial semi-costumes. There is a rackle of velcro as Saga pulls out her tiny dagger for hand-to-hand fighting from its sheath below her left armpit. She carefully slides the tip in next to the lock on the glass door and jerks it. The door shatters and the splinters fall to the floor as an alarm goes off. The girl looks at Saga in astonishment as she calmly puts the knife away, opens the door and removes the bridal crown. It looks smaller outside the case and weighs practically nothing. Saga stares at it as the alarm blares. Ellen told her that Suma's mother had woven the crown for her own wedding and that Suma had worn it for her and then donated it to the Museum of Handicrafts in Luleå. Saga sees the guard hurrying back and carefully turns the crown over in her hands, looks inside it and sees that someone has burned the name Nadavera 1968 into it with a brand. She puts the crown back in the case and closes the shattered door. She knew there was some sort of family connection to Nadavera and assumes that is where Juna is at the moment. Saga feels her heart swell at the thought of being able to tell Juna Lina that it is all over. The guard's cheeks are flushed as he stops 5 meters away and points at her with his radio without managing to get a word out. Part 22. The train pulls out of Stockholm Central Station, rocking noisily across the point as it rolls away from the dirty sidings. To the left, big white boats are gliding along on Karlbergsjön, while to the right is a concrete wall covered in badly painted over graffiti. Seeing as the bunks were all booked, Saga has had a take an ordinary seat. She shows her ticket to the conductor, then eats a sandwich with her eyes fixed outside the window. As the train passes Uppsala, she takes off her military boots, folds her jacket around her pistol and uses that as a pillow. The train journey to Nadavara, over 1,000 kilometers away, will take almost 12 hours. The train rumbles on through the night. Lights pass by outside like tiny stars. Fever and fever. The farther north they get, warm air streams from the scorching hot radiator by the panel outside her seat. In the end, the night outside the window is nothing but solid darkness. She closes her eyes and thinks about that Nils Ellen told her when Juna and his partner Samuel Mendel caught Jurek Walter many years ago. Jurek announced his plan for revenge before he was isolated in the secure unit at the Loven-Stromaska hospital. Samuel thought it was an empty threat, but somehow Jurek managed to reach out from his cell and snatch Samuel's wife and 2 sons. Juna realized the threat was serious. with Nils Alhan's help. He arranged for his wife and little daughter to die in a car accident. Suma and Lumi were given new identities and had no further contact with Juna. As long as Jurek was alive, there was a risk that his threat might be put into practice in hindsight. Juna saved them from a terrible death by sacrificing their life together. But Saga can reassure Juna now. She is going to find him and reassure him. Jurek Walter is dead. His remains have been found and identified. At the thought of that, an almost erotic shiver runs through her body. She leans back in her seat, shuts her eyes, and falls asleep. For the first time in ages, she sleeps properly. When she wakes up, the train is standing still and chill morning air is streaming into the carriage. She sits up and sees that she is now in Borden. She has been asleep for almost 10 hours and needs to change trains for the last part of the journey to Nadavara. She stretches, puts her boots on, tucks her gun in its holster, picks up her jacket and gets off the train. She buys a large cup of coffee at the station, then returns to the platform. She watches a group of young men in military fatigue and green berets getting onto the train, heading in the other direction. Someone has smeared chewing tobacco on the glass of the station clock. A black locomotive with a red undercarriage approaches with a squeal of brakes. Rubbish blows across the sleepers. The train stops and squeezes slowly at the deserted platform. Saga is the only person who gets on the train to Gulliver, and she has the carriage to herself. The journey to Nadavara is supposed to take less than an hour. Saga drinks her coffee, goes to the toilet, washes her face, then sits in her seat and watches the landscape go past. Vast stretches of forest with the occasional red cottage. Her plan is to go to the village shop or parish hall and ask about people who have moved in recently. There can hardly be that many. It is almost 11 o'clock in the morning when Saga Viewer steps on the platform. The station is little more than a shack with a sign on its roof. In the weed in front of the shack is a bench with peeling paint and resting armrests. Saga starts to walk along the road through the dark green whispering forest. There is no sign of anyone, but occasionally she hears dogs barking. The road surface is uneven and cracked from frost. She carries on over a bridge that stretches across the valley of the Piku Veninjok. Then she hears the sound of an engine behind her. An old Volkswagen pickup is heading toward her, and she waves her arm to stop it. A sun-tanned man in his 70s, wearing a grey sweater, winds down his window and nods in greeting. Beside him sits a woman the same age in a padded green jerkin and pink-framed glasses. "Hello," Saga says. "Do you live in Nadavara?" "We are just passing through," he replies. "We are from Servicevara, another metropolis," the woman says. "Do you know where the grocery store is?" "It closed last year," the old man says, picking at the wheel. "But we have got a new shop now." "That is good," Saga smiles. "It is not a shop," the old woman says. "I call it a shop," he mutters. "But that is wrong," she says. "It is a service point." Then I would better stop doing my shopping there, he sighs. Where is the service point? Saga asks. In the same building as the old shop. The woman replies with a wink. Jump up on the back. She is hardly a high jumper, the man retorts. Saga climbs up onto the wheel, grabs hold to the edge of pickup and wings herself over. Then sit down with her back to the cab. During the drive, she hears the old couple carry on arguing to the point where the pickup almost drives into the ditch. The bumper thuds and grit flies up under the vehicle, which is surrounded by a cloud of dust. They drive into the village and stop in front of a large red building with a sign for ice creams outside, along with the symbols showing that the shop acts as an agent for the post office, the national lottery, as well as a pickup point for prescriptions and supplies from the state-owned alcohol monopoly. Saga clambers down, thanks the pair for the lift, and goes up the step. A little bell on the door rings as she walks in. She finds a bag of dill-flavored crisps, then goes over the young man at the counter. I am looking for a friend who moved here just over a year ago, she says without further elaboration. Here, he asks, then looks at her for a while before lowering his eyes. A tall man with his wife and daughter. Ah, he says, blushing. Do they still live here? Just follow the Lombolo Vera road, he says, pointing up to the bend at Silmavi. Saga leaves the shop and heads in the direction he indicated. Tractor tires have furrowed the ground and the verge is virtually non-existent. There is a beer can in the grass. The wind in the trees sounds like a distant sea. She eats some of the crisps as she walks, then puts the rest in her bag and wipes her hands on her trousers. Saga has walked 6 kilometers by the time she sees a rust-red house at a point where the road bends round a broad turn. There is no car in sight, but there is smoke coming out of the chimney. The garden around the house consists of tall meadow grass. She stops and hears the insects in the ditch. A man comes out of the house. She watches his figure move through the trees. It is Junalina. It is him, but he is lost weight and he is leaning on a stick. He is got a curly, blunt beard and strands of hair are sticking out from his black woolly hat. Saga walks toward him. The grit crunches beneath her boots. She sees Juna stop beside a woodshed, lean his stick against the wall, pick up an axe and split a large log. Then he picks up another one and splits that. Then rests off for a moment before picking up the pieces and carries on chopping. She doesn't call out because she knows he has already seen her, probably long before she saw him. He is wearing a moss green fleece beneath an aviator's jacket made of coarse leather. The folds have cracked and the sheepskin lining of the collar was turned yellow. She walks over and stops 5 meters away from him. He stretches his back, turns round and looks at her with eyes as grey as pale fire. You shouldn't have come, he says quietly. Jurek dead, she says breathlessly. Yes, he replies and goes on chopping. He picks up a new log and places it on the chopping block. I found his body, Saga says. His swing goes wrong. The axe catches and he loses his grip. He stands for a while with his head lowered. Saga looks down into the large wood basket and sees that there is a swan of shotgun tabbed to one side of it. Part 23. Juna leads her through a dark entrance hall. He doesn't say anything but holds a door open and ushers her into a little kitchen with a copper saucepan on the walls. An elk hunting rifle with telescopic sights is hanging under the windowsill. And on the floor are at least 30 boxes of ammunition. The sun is shining through the drawn curtain. On the table is a coffee pot and 2 cups. Suma died last spring, he explains. I am sorry, she says quietly. He puts the wood basket down on the floor and slowly straightens his back. There is a faint smell of smoke in the kitchen, and she can hear the pine logs crackling behind the closed hatch of iron stove. So you found the body, he says, looking at her. I wouldn't have come otherwise. She replies seriously. Call Alan if you want confirmation. I believe you, he says. Call him anyway. He shakes his head but doesn't say anything. Then, leaning on the draining board, he makes his way to the other door, nudges it open and says something quietly into the gloom in Finnish. This is my daughter, Lumi, Juna says as a girl comes into the kitchen. Hello, Saga says. Lumi has straight brown hair, a friendly, curious smile, but her eyes are as grey as ice. She is tall and thin, dressed in a simple blue cotton shirt and a pair of faded jeans. Are you hungry? Juna asks. Yes, Saga replies. Sit yourself down. She sits down on a chair and Juna gets out bread, butter and cheese. Then start chopping tomatoes, olives and peppers. Lumi heats some water and grinds coffee bean in a manually operated mill. Saga looks at the dimly lit room behind them and sees a sofa and a stack of books on a table. Hanging from a drip stand is a night vision sight and a mount allowed it to be attached to a rifle for nocturnal hunting. Where was he? Juna asked. He drifted ashore on Hogmerso. Saga replies. Oh, Lumi asks, glancing at the control panel for some 20 motion dictator that is attached to the wall beneath the spice rack. Jurek Walter, Juna says, cracking 12 eggs into the frying pan. I have found his body, Saga says. So he is dead. She asks lightly. Lumi, can you take over for a minute? Juna says, then leaves the kitchen. His heavy steps echo through the hall. Then the front door closes. Lumi gets some dried basil and rubs it between her palm. Dad says he had to leave me and Mom, Lumi says, trying to keep her voice steady. He says Jurek Walter would have killed us if we would had any contact with him at all. He did the right thing. He saved your lives. There was no other way, Saga says. Lumi nods and turns toward the stove. A few tears dip onto the black metal range in front of her. Lumi wipes her face. lowers the heat, and then carefully turns the omelette with a spatula. Through the closed curtain, Saga can see Juna standing out on the road with a phone pressed to his ear. She knows he is talking to Nils Erlen. He is frowning and his jaw muscles are tense. Lumi turns the stove off and lays the table as she looks at Saga curiously. I know you are not going out with Dad, the girl says after a while. He's told me about Disa. We used to work together, Saga smiles. You doesn't look it like a police officer, the girl says. Security police, Saga says curtly. You don't look like one of them either, she laughs, sitting down opposite Saga. But if you say you are from the security police, then you must be Saga viewer. Yes. Dig in, Lumi says. It will get cold. Saga thanks her, helps herself to some omelette, bread and cheese, and pours coffee for the two of them. How is Juna? She asks. Yesterday I would probably have said not good, Lumi says. He is freezing most of the time and hardly sleeps. He keeps watch over me, makes himself stay awake. I don't know how he manages it. He is very stubborn, Saga says. Is he? They laugh. You know, I didn't have my dad for so many years, the girl says, and her eyes grow moist. I barely remembered him. I mean, nothing can make us for that, but we have spent more than a year sitting and talking every day for hours. I have told him about me and Mom, what we did and how we were, and he's talked about himself. There can't be many people who have talked so much with their dad. Not me, that is for certain, Saga says. Lumi stands up when a motion sensor reacts to Juna's approach. She switches the alarm off and then they hear the front door open, followed by footsteps in the hall. Juna comes into the kitchen, puts his stick down, leans against the table, then sinks onto a chair. Erlen is certain, he says, helping himself to some food. We are quiet now, Saga says, looking him in the eye. I don't care what you think, but we are quiet, kids. I killed him and I found the body. You have never owned me anything. Juna is leaning forward slightly with his arm wrapped around his body, taking small mouthful of food. Lumi put a thick blanket around his shoulders, then sits back down. Lumi is going to study in Paris, Juna says, smiling at his daughter. We don't know that, she says quietly. A smile flits across her pale face. Saga sees Juna's hands shake as he picks up his cup and drinks some coffee. I am cooking venison fillet tonight, he says. My train back leaves in 2 hours, Saga says, with chandrels and cream, he adds. She smiles. I have to go. Part 24. Eric is early for his piano lesson and stands on the pavement opposite the door to Lil Jan's platform. The curtains on the ground floor are open and he can see straight into Jackie Federer's flat. She is in the kitchen. She runs her hand along the wall-mounted cupboards, takes out a glass, then holds her finger under the tap. He can see that she is wearing a black skirt and an unbuttoned blouse. He walks across the street to see better, gets closer to the window and can now see that her wet hair has dripped down the back of her silk blouse. She drinks the water, wipes her mouth with her hand, then turns round. Eric stretches and catches a glimpse of her stomach and navel through the opening of her unbuttoned skirt. A woman with a pushchair stop on the pavement and stares at him, and he suddenly realizes how he must look. He hurries to reach the pavement and goes in through the entrance. Once again he stands in the darkness outside the door of her flat and moves his finger toward the bell. Since the hypnosis session, he has been thinking that Rocky's alibi may well have been genuine and has had to double his night dose of still knocked in order to get any sleep. The earliest he has been able to book a visit to Sweden hospitals in first thing tomorrow morning. When Jackie opened the door, her blouse is buttoned. She smiles calmly at him and the light in the stairwell reflects off her dark glasses. I am a bit early, he says. Eric. She smiles. Welcome. They go inside and he sees that her daughter has pinned up a drawing of a skull under the no entry sign. He follows Jackie along the passageway, watching her right hand trace the wall, and it strikes him that she seems to move with no obvious caution. Her shiny blouse is hanging outside her black skirt across the small of her back. As her hand reaches the door frame, she switches the light on and head out across the living room floor until she comes to the rug, where she stops and turns toward him. Let us hear how far you have got, Jackie says, and gestures to the piano. He sits down, opens the score and brushes his fringe from his forehead. He puts his right thumb on the right key and spreads his fingers. Opus 25, he says with jockey solemnity. He starts to play the notes that Jackie set him for homework, even though she told him not to. He can't help looking at his hands the whole time. It must be awful for you to have to listen to this, he says. I mean, if you are used to beautiful music, I think you have been very good, she replies. Can you get music scores in Braille? You must be able to, he asks. Louis Braille was a musician, so that happened fairly natural. But in the end, you have to memorize everything anyway, because of course you need both hands when you are playing, she explains. He puts his finger on the key and takes a deep breath. Then the doorbell rings. Sorry, I will just get that, Jackie says and stand up. Eric watches her go out into the hall and open the door. Outside stands her daughter next to a tall woman in gym clothes. How was the match? Jackie says. 1-1, the girl replies. Anna scored our goal, but it was your pass, the woman says kindly. Thanks for bringing Maddie home, Jackie says. My pleasure. On the way, we talked about not having to be the best in the world, but that maybe she could be a bit pushier. Eric doesn't hear Jackie's reply, but the door closes and then Jackie kneels down in front of her daughter and feels her hair and face gently. So you are going to have to be a bit pushier, she says softly. She returns to Eric, apologizes for the interruption, sits down and explains what he should do next. Eric struggles to get his hand to work independently of each other and feels his back start to sweat. After a while, the little girl came into the room. She is changed into a casual dress and sits down on the floor to listen. Eric tries to play the session but gets the fourth bar wrong. Start again but make the same mistake and laughs at his own failure. What is so funny? Jackie asks calmly. Just that I am playing like a broken robot, Eric replies. My head got make mistake as well. Madeleine says consolingly, holding up her stuffed toy. My left hand is the worst. Eric says, it is as if my fingers don't want to hit the right bits. Madeleine blinks, but manages to keep a straight face. Keys, I mean, Eric says quickly. Maybe your hedgehog says bits, but I say keys. The girl looks down with a broad grin. Jackie gets up from her chair. You need to rest, she says. I will run through the first bit of musical theory before we end the lesson. I will go and put the dishwasher on. The girl says, you know, it is bedtime soon. You will have to make sure you have got time. They sit down at the table. Eric picks up the jug and pours 2 glasses of water. It feels impossible not to sneak glances at Jackie as she explains about G clef, F clef and different overtones. Her blouse is creased at the waist and her face looks thoughtful. He can make out her simple bra and breasts beneath the silk. He feels a nervous temptation in being able to look at her without her knowing. He carefully shifts position so he can see up between her thigh and catch a glimpse of her plain white underwear. His heart beats faster as she parts her legs slightly. He has a feeling that she knows she is being looked at. She takes a sip of water. Her open eyes are only just visible behind her dark glasses. He looks between her thighs again, leans a little closer, but the next moment she crosses her legs and puts the glass down. Jackie smiles and then says that she imagines that he works as a lecturer at the university or as a priest. Eric replies that the truth is somewhere in between and tells her about his work at the psychology clinic and his research into hypnosis. Then falls silent. She gathers together the various sheets of music theory, taps them on the table to neaten them, then puts them down in front of him. Can I ask you something? Eric asks. Yes, she says simply. You turn your face toward me when you talk. Does that come naturally or do you have to learn that? It is a concession to what sighted people find pleasant, she answers honestly. That is what I thought, Eric says. Like switching the light on when you enter a room to alert sighted people that you are there. She falls silent and her slender fingers trace the rim of her glass. Sorry, I am being horribly rude and embracing, asking about such things. Most people prefer not to talk about their impaired vision, which I can understand, Jackie says. We would all rather be being as individual and all that, but I think it is better to talk. Good. He looks at her soft pink lipstick, the curve of her cheekbone, her boyish haircut and the green tinted vein pulsing in her neck. Isn't it odd being able to hypnotize other people and see into their secret, private thoughts? She asked. It is not like I am spying on them, isn't it? Part 25. The bright sky is reflecting in the cellophane covering the carton of 10 packets of cigarettes on the seat beside Eric as he slowly drives into the area of parkland. Past a sign saying that access is prohibited and that all visits must be announced in advance. Kursudden District Hospital is the largest secure psychiatric facility in Sweden, with room for 130 criminals who have been sentenced to treatment rather than prison as a result of mental illness. His stomach is churning with anxiety. Soon he will be seeing Rocky Kurland to ask him about his supposed alibi. If it is genuine, then the latest murder could be connected to the old one, and Eric will have to tell the police everything. Because if Rocky was innocent, there may well be parallels between the old murder and the new one. And it would be no coincidence that Susanna Kern was found with her hand trapped in her ear. It is not invisible that I will lose my job, he tells himself. That will depend on whether the police decide to pass the case on to a prosecutor. In front of the entrance to the administrative block is a sign showing a camera with a line across it. Yet at the same time, this place is full of surveillance cameras, Eric thinks. He picks up the cigarette and starts to walk toward the white building. A snail's trail shimmers across the path in front of the reception area. In the sharp sunlight inside the door, the dust is clearly visible as it drifts toward the battened furniture and worn floors. Eric shows his ID, is given a name badge, and gets no further than the magazine rack next to the waiting area before a man with blunt highlights in his hair comes in. Eric Berg. Yes, Eric replies. The man stretches his lips into the semblance of a smile and introduces himself as Otto. There is something associated about the man's face, a sadness that is impossible to hide. Casillas would have liked to have been there himself, but I understand, don't worry, Eric says, and feels his face flush as he thinks of his lies about Dr. Stengel and the research project. They set off, and the man explains that he is the care assistant and has worked at Kesuden for years. We will go the long way around. No one likes the tunnels, Otto mutters as they head outside. Do you know Rocky Kurland? Eric asks. He was here when I started, Otto says, gesturing toward the high fences and dismal brown buildings. What do you make of him? A lot of people are a bit frightened of Kurland, he replies. They go in through entrance D and over to a locker room where Eric has to leave any loose possessions. Can I take the cigarette with me? Eric asks. Otto nods. They will probably come in useful. The orderly puts Eric's keys, pen, mobile and wallet in a plastic bag, seals it and hands him a receipt. Then he unlocks a heavy door that leads to another door with a corded lock. They pass through and walk down a corridor with a grey linoleum floor and secure doors leading to small rooms with beds in them. The air is heavy with disinfectant and stale cigarette smoke. From one room comes the sound of a porn film. The door is open and Eric sees a fat man lean forward on a plastic chair and spit on the floor. They go through another airlock and find themselves in a shadowy exercise yard, 6-meter high, fence linked to brick buildings, forming a cage round a yellowing patch of grass edged with cinder paths. A skinny man in his 20s is sitting on a park. His face tense. Two carers are talking over by one of the brick walls, and at the far end a thickest man is standing facing the fence. "Do you want me to come with you?" Otto asked. "No need." The former priest is standing smoking as he faces the high fence. His eyes are roaming across the grass of the parkland toward the leafy trees. By his feet is a mug of instant coffee. Eric walks along the path, which is littered with cigarette butts and discard plugs of chewing tobacco. I am about to meet the priest. I let down because I would already judged him. He thinks if Rocky Curland does have an alibi, I am going to confess what I did to the police and take the consequences. Dust from the path swirls around his legs, and he knows Rocky can hear him approaching. "Rocky," he says, "who want to know? My name is Eric Maria Berg." Rocky lets go of the fence and turns round. He is tall, 1 meter 90. His shoulders are even broader than Eric remembers. He's got a full beard, specked with grey and black combed hair. His eyes are green and his face radiates a chilly pride. He is wearing a pilled camouflage green sweater with worn elbows. His sturdy arms are hanging by his side, a cigarette clasped between his fingers. The senior consultant said you liked camels, Eric says, and attempts to give him the cigarette. Rocky juts his chin out and looks down at him. He doesn't reply and shows no sign of accepting the gift. "I don't know if you remember me," Eric says. "I was involved in your trial 9 years ago. I was part of the group that conducted the psychological assessment." "What conclusion did you reach?" Rocky says in a dark voice. "That you needed neurological and psychiatric treatment," Eric replies calmly. Rocky flicks his glowing cigarette at Eric. It hits him in the chest and falls to the ground. A few sparks fly out. "Go in peace," Rocky says calmly, then purses his lips. Eric stubbed the cigarette out and sees that 2 carriers are approaching across the grass, carrying an alarm. "What is going on here?" one of them asks as they stop. "It was an accident," Eric says. The men stay for a few moments, but neither Eric nor Rocky say anything. In the end, the guards go back to their coffee. "You lied to them," Rocky says. "I do that sometimes," Eric replies. Rocky's face remains impassive, but there is a flicker of interest in his eyes now. "Have you received neurological and psychiatric treatment?" Eric asks. "You have a right to it. I am a doctor. Do you want me to look at your notes and rehabilitation plan?" Rocky shakes his head slowly. "You have been here for a long time, but have never applied for parole. Why would I do that? Don't you want to get out?" "I accept my punishment," Rocky says in his deep voice. "You had trouble remembering back then." "Is this still the case?" Eric asks. "Yes, but I remember our conversation, and sometimes it sounded like you thought you were innocent of the murder. Naturally, I surrounded myself with lies in an attempt to escape. They crawled all over me like a swarm of bees, and I tried to avoid responsibility by blaming someone else. Who? That doesn't matter. I was guilty, but I let the lies crawl all over me." Eric bends over and puts the cigarette down at Rocky's feet, then takes a step back. "Do you want to talk about the person you wanted to blame?" he asks. "I don't remember, but I know. I thought of him as a preacher, an unclean preacher." The priest falls silent and turns back toward the fence. Eric goes and stands next to him and looks out at the trees. What was his name? I can't remember names anymore. I don't remember their faces. Scattered like ashes. You called him a preacher. Was he a colleague of yours? Rocky's fingers clutch the fence and his chest rises and falls as he breathes. I only remember that I was scared. That was probably why I tried to blame him. You were scared of him, Eric asked. What had he done? Why were you? Rocky, said a patient who had walked up behind them. Look what I have got for you. They turn round and see the skinny man holding out a jam biscuit in a napkin. Eat it yourself, Rocky says. I don't want to. The other inmate says eagerly. I am a Skinner. God and his angels hate me. And shut up, Rocky roars. What have I done? Why are you? Rocky takes hold of the man by the chin, looks him in the eyes, then spit in his face. The man loses his balance when Rocky lets go and the biscuit falls to the ground. The guards approach across the grass again. What if someone came forward and gave you an alibi? Eric says quickly. Rocky's green eyes stare into his without blinking. Then they would be lying. Are you sure about that? You won't remember anything from. I don't remember an alibi because there wasn't one, Rocky interrupts. But you do remember your colleague. What if he was the one who murdered Rebecca? I murdered Rebecca Hanson, Rocky says. Do you remember that? Yes. Do you know anyone called Olivia? Rocky shakes his head, then looks toward the approaching guard and raises his chin. Before you ended up here? No. The guards push Rocky up against the fence, hit the back of his knees, force him to ground and put handcuffs on him. Look out for him, the other patient cries. The larger of the guards put his knee on Rocky's back while the other one held his baton to his throat. Look out for him, the other patient sobs as Eric follows one of the guards away from Ward D. He starts to smile to himself. There is no alibi. Rocky killed Rebecca Hanson and there is no connection between the murders. Out in the car park, he stops and takes several deep breaths as he looks up past the trees in the park at the bright sky. A feeling of liberation is spreading through his body as a long-standing burden is lifted from his shoulders. Part 26. Lars Kepler, professor of forensic medicine, pulls in and parks his white Jaguar across two parking spaces. The National Criminal Investigation Department went him to take a look at two homicides. Both bodies have already been through post-mortem. Alhan has read the report. They are beyond reproach. Far more true than is strictly necessary. Even so, the head of the preliminary investigation had asked him to take a second look at both bodies. They are still fumbling in the dark and want him to try to identify any subtle similarities, signatures or messages. Margot Silverman believes she is dealing with a narcissistic serial killer and thinks the murderer is trying to communicate. Alan leaves his car and breathes in the morning air. There is almost no wind today. The sun is shining and the blue blinds have been lowered in all the windows. There is something next to the entrance. At first, Nils Alan thinks someone's dumped rubbish behind the railing of the little concrete step. But then he sees that it is a human being. A bearded man is asleep on the tarmac with his back leaning against the cement foundations of the brick wall. He is wrapped in a blanket and his forehead is resting against his tucked up knees. It is a warm morning and Ellen hopes the man is left to sleep in peace before the security guards find him. He adjusts his aviator's sunglasses and walks toward the door, but stops when he notices the man's clean hand and the white scar running across his right knuckles. "Juna?" he asks gently. "Juna Lina?" raises his head and looks at him, as though he wasn't asleep, just waiting to be addressed. Ellen stares at his old friend. Juna is almost unrecognizable. He is lost a lot of weight and is sporting a thick, fair beard. His pale face is grey, with dark rings under his eyes, and his hair is long and messy. "I want to see the finger," he says. "I might have guessed." Ellen smiles. "How are you?" "You look okay." Juna takes hold of the railings and pulls himself up heavily, then picks up his wag and stick. He knows how he looks, but he can't help it. He is still grieving. "Did you fly or drive down?" Ellen asked. Juna peers at the lamp above the door. At the bottom of the glass under the bulb is a small heap of dead insect. After Saga's visit, Juna went with his daughter Lumi to visit Suma's grave in Pernu. Then they walked down to the little sandy beach at Otio Jevi and talked about the future. He knew what she wanted to do without her having to say anything. In order for Lumi not to lose her place at the Paris College of Art, she had to be there to enroll in 2 days' time. Juna arranged for her to live with his friend Courtney, sister in the 8th arrondissement. They didn't have time to make too many other arrangements, but he gave Lumi enough money to get by and a whole load of useful tips about close combat and automatic weapons. She joked. He drove her to the airport, and it took a real effort not to go to pieces. She gave him a hug and whispered that she loved him. "Or did you catch the train?" Ellen asked patiently. He returned to the house in Nadavera, dismantled the alarm system, locked the weapon in the cellar, and packed a rucksack. Once he would turned the water off and shut the house up, he walked to the railway station and caught the train to Gulliver, made his way to the airport and flew to Arlanda, then caught the bus into Stockholm. He covered the last 5 kilometers to the campus of the Karolinska Institute on foot. "I walked," he replies without noticing the look of surprise on Ellen's face. Juna waits with one hand on the black iron railings as Ellen unlocked the blue door. They walk together along the corridor with its muted colors and worn floor. Juna can't walk quickly with his stick and has to stop and cough several times. They pass the door to the toilet and are approaching a window containing a large pot plant that seems to consist mainly of roots. Dandelion seeds are drifting through the air in the sunshine outside. Something moves unexpectedly out there. Juna's instinct is to duck down and drew his gun, but he forced himself to walk over the window instead. An old woman is standing on the pavement waiting for a dog that is running back and forth among the dandelions. How are you? Helen asked. I don't know. Juna's body is trembling and he goes into the toilet, leans over the basin and drinks some water straight from the tap. He straightens up and dries his face with a paper towel, then goes back out into the corridor. Juna, I have got the finger in the locked cabinet in the pathology lab, but I am meeting Margot Silverman in half an hour. You can wait in my room instead if you don't feel up to it. It doesn't matter, Juna interrupts. Part 27. Nils Allen opened the sink door to the pathology lab and held it open for Juna. Together they walk into the bright room with its shimmering white tiles. Juna puts his rucksack down by the wall next to the door, but keeps the blanket round his shoulders. A glowing snatch of decay lingers over the room in spite of the whirring fans. There are two bodies on the postmortem table. The more recent one is covered and blood is slowly trickling down the stainless steel gutter. They go over to the desk with the computer. Juna waits quietly as Islands unlock a heavy door. Sit down, he says as he put the glass jar on the table. He pulled a folded out of box, open it and places the test results from the National Forensic Lab, the old ID documents, the fingerprint analysis and enlargements of the images from Saga's phone in front of Juna. Juna sits down and stares at the jar. After a few seconds, he picks it up, holds it up to the light, examines it closely and nods. I have kept everything here because I had a feeling you would show up, Helen says. But like I said on the phone, you will see that it all checks out. The old man who found the body cut the finger off, as you can see from the angle of the cut, and that happened long after death, just as he explained it to Saga. Juna carefully read the report from the laboratory. They had built up a DNA profile based on 30 STR region. The match was 100%, thus confirming the result of the fingerprint analysis. Not even identical. Twins have the same fingerprints. Juna lay out the photograph of the mutilated body in front of him and examines the violet-colored entry wounds. He leaned back and closed his burning eyelids. Everything checks out. The angles of the shots are just as Saga described. The size and constitution of the body, the size of the hand, the DNA, the fingerprint. It is him, Helen says quietly. Yes, Juna whispers. What are you going to do now? Helen asks. Nothing. You have been declared dead, Helen says. There was a witness to your suicide, a homeless man who... Yes, Juna interrupts. I will sort it out. Your flat was sold when your estate was wound up, Helen explains. They got almost 7 million for it. The money went to charity. Good, Juna says bluntly. How has Lumi taken everything? Luna looks over at the window, watching the slanting light and the shadow of the dirt on the glass. Lumi, she is gone to Paris, he replies. I mean, how did she deal with you coming back after so many years? How has she dealt with the loss of her mother and... Juna stops listening to Ellen as memories spread out inside him. More than a year ago, he made his way in secret to Finland. He thinks about the afternoon when he arrived at the gloomy radiotherapy and cancer clinic in Helsinki to fetch Summa. She could still walk with a Zimmer frame. At the time, he can remember exactly how the light fell in the foyer, reflecting off the floor, the windows and pale woodwork, as well as the row of wheelchairs. They walked slowly past the unstuffed cloakroom and the confectionery machine and emerged into the fresh winter air. Alan's phone buzzes and he pushes his sunglasses up onto his nose and reads the text message. Margot's here. I will go and let her in, he says and heads toward the door. Summa had chosen to have palliative care in her flat on Elise-Bergatan, but Juna took her and Lumi to her grandmother's house in Nadavara, where they had 6 happy months together after the year of chemotherapy, radiation, cortisone and blood transfusions. All that was left was pain relief. She had morphine patches that lasted for 3 days and took another 80 milligram of oxino every day. Suma loved the house and the countryside around it, the air and light that streamed into the bedroom. Her family was together at last. She grew thinner, lost her appetite, lost all the hair on her body, and her skin became as soft as a baby. Toward the end, she weighed almost nothing. Her whole body hurt, but she still liked it when Juna carried her round and sat her on his lap so they could kiss. Part 28. Juna sat motionless, staring at the glass jar containing the amputated finger. The particles in the liquid have sunk to the bottom. He really is dead. Juna smiles to himself as he repeats the sentence in his head. Jurek, Walter is dead. He disappears into collections of his staged suicide and he is still sitting there with the blanket round his shoulders when Margot Silverman and Nils Erlen come into the pathology lab. Juna Lina. Everyone said, you were dead, Margot says with a smile. Can I ask what the hell actually happened? Juna meets her gaze and thinks that he was forced to do what he did. He was forced to take every step he had taken over the past 14 years. Margot stands still, staring into Juna's eye, into their greyness, as she hears Ellen remove the protective covering from his sterilized tools. I came back, Juna replies in a deep Finnish accent. A bit too late, Margot says. I have already got your job and your room. You are a good detective, he replies. Not good enough, according to Ellen, she says breezily. I just said you ought to let Juna look at the case, Ellen mutters, stretching the latex gloves before putting them on, while Erlen begins his external inspection of Maria Carlson's body. Margot tries to explain the same to Juna. She recounts all the details about the tides and the quality of the film, but doesn't get the response or the following up questions she had been expecting, and after a while she started to worry that he might not even be listening. According to the victim's calendar, she was about to go off to a drawing class. Margot says, glancing at Juna. We have checked and it is true enough, but there is a small H at the bottom of the page of calendar that we don't understand. The legendary superintendent has aged. His blunt beard is thick and his matted hair is hanging down over his ears and curling at the back of his neck. over the padded collar of his jacket. The films suggest narcissism, obviously. She goes on, sitting down on a stainless steel stool with her legs wide apart. Juna is thinking about the perpetrator watching the woman through the window. He can come as close as he wants. But there is still a pane of glass between them. It is intimate, but he is still shut out. He wants to communicate something, Margot says. He wants to make a point or compete, match his strength against the police because he feels so damn strong and smart while the police are still miles behind him, and that feels of invisibility is going to lead to more murders. Juna looks over at the first victim and his eyes is caught by her white hand resting beside her hip, cupped like a small bowl, like a mussel shell. He stands up with some effort with the help of his stick, thinking that something attracted the perpetrator to Maria Carlson, made him cross his boundary as an observer. And that is why, Margot goes on, that strong sense of superiority is why I think there could be some sort of signature that we haven't seen. She falls silent when Juna walks away from her, heading toward the postmortem table with weary steps. He stops in front of the body and leans on his stick. His heavy leather aviator's jacket is open. It is sheepskin lining visible. As he leans over the body, his holster and Colt combat come into view. He stands up and feels the child in her belly has woken up. It falls asleep when she moves about and wakes up if she sits or lies down. She holds one hand to her stomach as she walks over to Juna. He is looking closely at the victim's ravaged face. It is like he doesn't believe she is dead, as if he wanted to feel her moist breath against his mouth. What are you thinking? Margot asks. Something. I think that our idea of justice is still in its infancy, Juna replies, without taking his eyes from the dead woman. Okay, she says. So, what does that make the law? He asks. I could give you an answer, but I am guessing you have a different one in mind. Juna straightens up, thinking that the law chases justice the way Lumi used to chase spots of reflected light when she was little. Alan follows the original postmortem as he conducts his own. The usual purpose of an external examination is to describe visible injuries such as swellings, discoloration, scratched skin, bleeding, stretches and cuts. But this time he is searching for something that could have been overlooked between two observations, something beyond the obvious. Most of the stab wounds aren't fatal, and that wasn't the point of them either, Ellen says to Margot and Juna. If it was, they wouldn't have been aimed at her face. Hatred is stranger and stronger than the desire to kill, Margot says. He wanted to destroy her face, Ellen nods. Or change it, Margot says. Why is her mouth gaping like that? Juna asks quietly. Her jaw is broken, Ellen says. There are traces of her own saliva on her fingers. Was there anything in her mouth or throat? Juna asked. Nothing. Juna is thinking about the perpetrator standing outside, filming her as she puts on her tights. At that point, he is an observer who needs or at least accepts the boundary presented by the thin glass of the window, but something lures him over that boundary, he repeats to himself as he borrows a thin torch. He shines it into the dead woman's mouth. Her saliva has dried up and her throat is pale grey. There is no sign of anything in her throat. Her tongue has retracted and the inside of her cheeks are dark. In the middle of her tongue, at its thickest part, is a tiny hole from a piece of jewelry. It could almost be part of the natural fold of the tongue. But Juna is sure her tongue was pierced. He goes over and looks at the first report and reads the description on the mouth and stomach. What are you looking for? Ellen asked. The only notes under point 22 and 23 are the injuries to the lips, teeth and gums, and at point 62 it says that the tongue and hyoid bone are undamaged, but there is no mention of the hole. Juna carries on reading, but there is no mention of any item of jewelry being found in the stomach or gut. I want to see the filling, he says. It is already been examined tens of thousands of times, Margot says, leaning heavily on his stick. Juna raised his face and his grey eyes are now as dark as thunderclouds. Part 29. Margot signed Juna in her guest at the reception of the National Criminal Investigation Department, and he has to put on a visitor's badge before they pass through the security doors. There are bound to be loaded of people wanted to see you, Margot says as they walk toward the lifters. I haven't got time, he says, taking his badge off and throwing it in a waste paper bin. It is probably a good idea to prepare yourself for shaking a few hands. Can you manage that? Juna think of the mine he laid out behind the house in Nadawara. He made the ANNM out of ammonium nitrate and nitromethane, as that he had a stable secondary explosive substance. He had already armed 2 mines with 3 grams of pentaerythritol tetranitrate as a detonator and was on his way back to the outhouse to make the 3rd detonator when the entire bag of PETN exploded. The heavy door was blown off and knocked his right leg out of its socket. The pain had been like a flock of blackbirds, heavy jackdaws, landing on his body and covering the ground where he lay. They rose again, as though they would be blown away. Then Lumi ran over to him and held his hand in hers. At least I have still got my hand, he says as they pass a group of sofa and armchairs. They make it easier. Margot holds the lift door open and waits for him to catch up. I don't know. What do you think you are going to see on the video? She says. No, he says, and follows her in. I mean, you seem pretty bloody weird. She smiles, but I almost think I like that. When they emerge from the lift, the corridor is already full of their colleagues. Everyone comes out of their room, leaving a passageway open between them. Luna doesn't look anyone in the eye, doesn't smile back at anyone, and doesn't answer anyone. He knows that what he looks like. His beard is long and his hair scruffy. He is limping and leaning on his stick, and he can't stand up straight. No one seems to know how to handle his return. They want to see him, but they mostly seem rather shy. Someone's holding a bundle of papers, someone else a mug of coffee. These are people he saw very day for many years. He walks past Benny Rubin, who is standing eating a banana with a neutral expression on his face. I will go as soon as I have seen the film, Juna tells Margot as he carries on past the doorway of his old room. We are working in room 22, Margot says, pointing along the corridor. Juna stopped to catch his breath for a moment. His injured leg hurt and he presses the stick into the floor to give his body a break. Which rubbish tip did you find him on? Peter Neshlund says with a grin. Idiot, Margot says. The head of the National Criminal Police, Carlos Ellison, comes toward Juna. His reading glasses are singing on a chain round his neck. Juna, he says warmly. Yes, Juna replies. They shake hand and patchy applause breaks out in the corridor. I didn't believe it when they said you were in building, Carlos says, unable to contain his smile. I mean, I can't really take it in. I just want to look at something, Juna says, and tries to walk on. Come and see me afterward and we will have a talk about the future. What is there to say about that? Juna says and walks away. His work there feels distant now, farther away than his childhood. There is nothing for me to come back to, he thinks. He wouldn't be here now if the first victim's hand hadn't been cupped like a little bowl by her hip. That made a small spark begin to shoulder inside him. Her slender finger could have been Lumi's. A deep-seated curiosity woke up inside him and he suddenly felt compelled to get closer to the body. We need you here, Magdalena Ronalder says as they shake hands. It is not longer his job, but when he was confronted with the first victim, he felt a connection that he would like to be able to control. Maybe he can give Margot a hand with the early stages, just until she can see a way through. Juna stumbles, a pain shoots down his leg. His shoulders hits the wall and he hears his leather jacket scrap against the rough wallpaper. I put a note on the intranet that you were going to be coming, Margot says as they stop outside room 822. Anja Larson, his assistant for all those years, is standing in the doorway of her room. Her face is red. Her chin starts to quiver and tears well up in her eyes as he stops in front of her. I have missed you, Anja, he says. Have you? Juna nods and looks her in the eye. His pale grey eyes have a dull shimmer as if he had a fever. Everyone said you were dead, that you would, but I couldn't believe that. I didn't want to. I suppose I always thought you were too stubborn to die. She smiles as tears run down her cheeks. It just was in my time, he replies. The corridor starts to empty as everyone returns to their rooms. They have already seen enough of the fallen hero. What do you look like? Anja says, wiping her nose on the sleeve of her blouse. I know, he says simply. She pats his cheek. You'd better go, Juna. They are waiting for you. Part 30. Juna enters the operation room and closes the door behind him. On the long wall is a huge map of Stockholm with the crime scenes marked on it. Next to the map, pictures from the examination of the scenes have been stuck up. Footprints, bodies, blood spatter patterns. There is a large photograph of the porcelain deer's head with its reddish-brown glazed fur and eyes like black onyx. Juna looks at the copy of Maria Carlson's Philophax. The day she was murdered, she had written Class 19, squared paper, pencil, ink, and underneath she had scribbled the letter H. On the other wall, they have tried to map the victims' profiles. They have begun to identify family connections and other relationships. Their movements, workplaces, friends, supermarkets, gyms, classes, buses, cafes have been marked with pins. Adam Yusuf stands up from his computer and walks over to Juna, shakes his hand, then pins a picture of a kitchen knife on the wall. It is just been confirmed that this knife was the murder weapon. Bergen Kern washed it up and put it back into the drawer, but we had a number of stab wounds through the sternum, so it was fairly easy to reconstruct the type of blade we were looking for, and it turns out that there were still tiny traces of blood on it. Yusuf catches his breath, scratches his head hard a couple of times, then moves on to the enlargement of the deer's head. The porcelain figure is made of mason china, he says, letting his finger linger over the animal's glistening black eye. But the rest of the deer wasn't at the crime scene. Bijon Kern hasn't yet been able to give any sort of coherent statement, so we don't know if he was the one who put it in her hand. Juna stopped and looked at the photograph of Maria Carlson's body. The dead woman is sitting propped up against a radiator under a window, wearing a pair of tights. He reads the report from the examination of the crime scene. There is no mention of any tongue-stud or similar item of jewelry being found in her home. Adam shoots a questioning glance at Margot behind Juna's back. He wants to look at the film of Maria Carlson. She says, "Okay, what for?" She smiles. "We have missed something, probably." He laughs and scratches his neck. "You can borrow my computer," Margot says amiably. Juna thanks her and sits down on her chair, adjusts the media player to full screen and starts the clip. Just as Margot has described, it shows a 30-year-old woman filmed in secret through her bedroom window as she pulls on a pair of black tights. He sees her face, completely unaware, her downturned eyes, the calm set of her mouth, which then switches to something approaching lethargy. Her hair is hanging round her face. It looks like it is just been washed. She is wearing a black bra and she is trying to get her tights to sit properly. There is a lamp with a louded white shade and alabaster base in the window, and her shadow moves across the chest of drawers and the flowery wallpaper. She slips her hand between her thighs and tries to pull the thin nylon material up toward her crotch, and he can see her breathing through her mouth as the film ends. "Did you see what you were looking for?" Adam asked, leaning over Juna's shoulder. Juna remains seated in front of the screen, then plays the film again, watches her struggle with her tights, then freezes the picture after 35 seconds and clicks to advance it frame by frame. "We have done that too," Adam says, stifling a belch. Juna moves closer to the screen and watches Maria Carlson as she moves very slowly, breathing with her mouth open. Her eyes blink and her long lashes cast shadows across her cheeks. Her right hand sinks weightlessly between her thighs to her crotch. This won't do, Adam says to Margaret. We need to get on. Give him a chance, she replies. Maria Carlson turns jerkily toward the camera, and a grey shadow crosses her face as if she were being lifted up from a bath full of lead. Her lips part. The light from the lamp in the window shines on her face, making her eyes glow, and there is a shimmer in her mouth. Then the film ends. Behind Juna, Adam and Margot have started to talk about investigating the people in the drawing class that Maria was about to set out for. They have already tried to find out if any of their names begin with H, but without success so far. Juna moves the cursor and plays the last 5 seconds again. The light plays across her hair, her ear and cheeks, making her eyes shine, and then her mouth flashes. He enlarges the image as far as he can without losing too much focus, then shifts the enlarged area so that it covers her mouth and looks at the last few frames again. Her parted lips fill the screen. Light shine in and the pink tip of her tongue become visible. He clicked to advance the image. Frame by frame, the curve of her tongue comes into view, becomes lighter, and in the next shot it looks like a white sun fills in the wall of her mouth. The sun contracts, and in the penultimate frame, the glow has shrunk to a white dot on a grey pea. He took the jewelry, Juna says quietly. The two detectives fall silent and turn to look at him and the computer screen. It takes a few moments for them to interpret the enlarged image, the pink tongue and hazy stud. Okay, we missed the fact that her tongue was pierced, Adam says in a gasping voice. Margot is standing with her leg apart and her hands around her stomach and looks at Juna as he leans against the desk and gets up from the chair. You saw that she had a hole in her tongue and wanted to watch the film to see if the stud was there, she says, picking up her phone. I just thought her mouth was important, Juna says. Her jaw was broken and she had her own saliva on her hand. Impressive, Margot says. I will request an enlargement from forensic at once. Juna stands still, staring at the pictures and maps on the wall as Margot speaks into the phone. We are collaborating with the BKA, Margot explains once she hung up. The Germans are way out in front of when it comes to this sort of thing, in all forms of image and enhancement. Have you met Stephen Ott? Handsome gay, curly hair. He's developed his own program, which is J Lab. Okay, so we have got an item of jewelry on the film, Adam says, thinking out loud. The degree of violence is aggressive, fueled by hatred, probably jealousy, and Margot's inbox bleeps and she opens the email and clicks on the image so that it fills the whole screen. In order to improve the contrast of the stud itself, the image and enhancement software has changed all the colors. Maria Carlson's tongue and cheeks are blue, almost like glass, but at the same time, the stud is clearly visible. Saturn, Margot whispers. At the end of the stud piercing Maria's tongue is a silver sphere with a ring around its equator, just like the planet Saturn. That is not an H, Juna says. They turn and see that he is looking at the photograph of Maria's Filofax where it says class 19, squared paper, pencils, ink. Then on the line below the letter H, that is a symbol of Saturn. He says it actually represents a synth or sickle. That is why it is slightly crooked and sometimes it is crossed up at the top. Saturn, the planet, the Roman god, Margot says. Part 31. Juna and Margot have taken their shoes off and are standing looking through a pane of glass. The room inside is warm and damp. I have tested for allergens and it turns out that I am allergic to mindfulness, she says. To the strain of Indian music, about 30 perspiring women are moving with mechanical symmetry on their yoga mats. Margot got 5 officers to check through Maria Carlson's internet traffic once more. Her email, Facebook and Instagram accounts. The stud in her tongue is only visible in a few pictures and is only mentioned by one of her friends on Facebook before all communication between them ceased. You got lick it before we kick it. Me too, Vanna pierce my tongue. The woman who had posted that was called Linda Bergman and she was an instructor in Bikram Yoga in the center of Stockholm. They were in very regular contact for 6 months before she suddenly unfriended Maria. Linda Bergman emerges from the staff room dressed in jeans and a grey sweater. She is sun-tanned and has quietly showered and put on some makeup. Linda, I am Margot Silverman, Margot says, shaking the woman's hand. You didn't say what this was about, and I can honestly say that I have absolutely no idea, she says. They walk along the pavement in the direction of Nora Bendogat while Margot tries to get Linda to relax by asking about Bikram Yoga. It is a form of Hatha Yoga, but it takes place in a room with high humidity at a temperature of 40 degrees, Linda explains. They enter the former playground in front of the old Nora Latin School. The spherical fountain shimmers silvery white and the wind keeps scattering showers of tiny droplets. The founder's name is Bikram Chowdhury. He created a series of 26 positions that are actually the best I have ever tried, she goes on. Let us sit down, Margot says, patting her stomach. They sit down on an empty park bench beside the fence, facing Alof Palms Gata. You used to be friends with Maria Carlson on Facebook, Juna says, drawing a deep vertical line in the path, raising a little cloud of dust. What has happened? She asked wearily. Why did you unfriend her? Because we no longer have anything to do with each other, but you seem to have been in very close contact for several months, Margot says. She came to a few classes and we started talking and Linda tails off and her gaze flits anxiously from Margot to Juna. What did you talk about? Margot asked. Can I ask if I am suspected of having done something? You are not, Juna says. You know that Maria had a piercing, that she had a tongue stud. Margot goes on. Yes, Linda says and gives a slightly embarrassed smile. Did she have several different studs? No. Do you remember what hers looked like? Yes. Linda stares at the old school building and the play of the shadows under the trees for a moment before replying. It had a tiny model of Saturn at the top. A tiny model of Saturn, Margot repeats very gently. What does that mean? I don't know, Linda says blankly. Is it to do with astrology? Linda looks over at the tree again and kicks the ground with her trainers. Do you know where she got it from? It doesn't seem to be for sale anywhere, not from any of the usual internet site. Anyway, I don't understand where this is going. Linda says, I have got another class soon and Maria Carlson's dead. Margot interrupts with quiet seriousness. She was murdered last week. Murdered. She was murdered. Yes, she was found on. Why are you telling me? Linda interrupts and stands up. Please sit down, Margot says. Maria's dead. Linda sit down. Her eyes drift off toward the fountain and she starts to cry. But she shakes her head and hides her face in her hand. Did you give her the stud? Juna asked. Why the hell do you keep going on about that tungsten? She snaps. Find the killer instead. This is completely sick. Did you give her the stud? Juna repeats, drawing a short line across the first one. No, I didn't, she replies, wiping the tears from her cheeks. She got it from a gay. Do you know the name of that gay? Margot asks. I don't want to get involved, she whispers. We respect that. Margot nods. Linda looks at her with bloodshot eyes and purses her lips. His name is Philip Kronstadt, she says quietly. Do you know where he lives? No. Was Maria going out with him? Linda doesn't answer, just stares down at the ground as the tears begin to fall again. Juna adds the last curve to the symbol with his stick and leans back. Why did she have a model of Saturn on her tungsten? Margot asks carefully. What does it mean? I don't know, because it looked nice, she says weakly. In Maria's diary, there is a symbol written in 10 different places. It is the old symbol of Saturn, Margot says, and points to the ground.